Hey, welcome. In this stream, we're going to be digging into learning how to build with Ruby on Rails, with Vite and Inertia.js and React, TypeScript, Tailwind CSS on the front end. We'll even pull shadcn components into the application later. And the goal with this is just to learn how all these different technologies work together and how to build applications with them. So you can have a tried and true, really solid backend built with Ruby on Rails. And then you can have a modern reactive front end built with React and TypeScript. And so we want to kind of have the best of both worlds there. This seems to be a way that people are building applications these days. And in fact, we're building a number of applications at my day job like this as well. So with this, we're just going to jump in and build something. So let me go ahead and share my screen and we'll get started. Okay, so what are we building? So we're going to build an application called Stash. So the idea is that it's a personal snippet and prompt library for developers. You can store code, prompts, CLI commands, documentation fragments, like whatever it is that you want. And then you can organize them with folders and tags, and then you can search and easily go in and grab one of these, copy it to the clipboard so you can use it somewhere else. Again, that's what we're building. That's the example application that we're going to build. This will probably be broken up into multiple streams. We'll see how far we can get with this one. And I guess a couple of call outs. We're not going to use any agentic AI tools to write code for us. We're going to do this the old fashioned way and just write code. We're going to program. And I have a guide that I'm going to be going off of, which gives us kind of the boilerplate to get going and get everything set up. And then there's going to be some kind of exercises or challenges at the end of each of these kind of sections of the guide or the stream, where we actually have to go and read the documentation and learn how these things work and figure out how to do something else. Now, for those pieces, maybe we'll reach for ChatGPT or Claude Web and ask for a plan to implement that and how one would go about implementing that. But we're not going to just have it write the code for us, even if we use code that it generates. But we're going to try not to do that for the most part. We're just going to go in and build stuff. And again, the goal is just to learn all these things. Now, I've worked with most of these technologies outside of this scope, but I also wanted to work on them outside of a very large production application. And so what it would look like to bootstrap a new application with these technologies, knowing that you can use that tried and true backend using Ruby on Rails and Postgres and Active Record and all those things that come with it, and then build a really modern front end using React and Tailwind CSS, shadcn, and just build, and also be in a position to be able to leverage a lot of the AI tooling that's out there. Because let's face it, when you're asking it to generate an application for some of these things, that's what it's using. It's picking React for the front end. It's picking TypeScript. It's picking Tailwind CSS for the styles, because it can easily be inferred and it can generate those things inline, right? So, you're going to, if you learn this stack and build with it, you're going to be learning something that you can really leverage the AI tooling and LLMs like Claude Code, OpenAI Codex to write and generate code for you, especially if you learn how to harness those tools to get them to produce the output that you want. That's the key there. I'm going to have more content on that very, very soon. I'm working on something there. Not ready to share details about it yet, but stay tuned for that. So that being said, let's get in. We're going to literally open up a terminal and start from Rails new and create a project. So let's jump in and do that. So where are we at here? Okay, so let me pull up my guide. Tech stack, like I said, you know what, let's actually switch to this, and we'll make that a little bit bigger. Okay, Let's change that. All right, so tech stack. We're going to use Ruby on Rails 8, Inertia.js. So we're going to do that through the Inertia Rails gem. We're going to use Vite, React 18, TypeScript, Tailwind CSS, and shadcn later on in a further section. Okay, so first thing we want to do is set up our Rails application. So we're going to pick a directory here, put this wherever you'd like on your own machine. Once you have Ruby on Rails and Ruby configured on your machine, you should be good to go. You probably need Node.js as well. But that's a topic for another video if you don't already have that configured. Okay, so we're going to say Rails new. We're going to call this stash. And we're going to do a couple things here. We're going to skip JavaScript because we don't want the built-in JavaScript that Rails provides. Over the years, Rails has provided a number of different ways to handle JavaScript, I guess. And so the latest version of that is with import maps, or you could have ES-build. You have the old asset pipeline. You have PropShaft for other static assets. There was Webpack at one point. We don't want any of that. We are going to handle all of our own JavaScript with Inertia.js, and it's going to install Vite Ruby, and we're going to let Vite manage that. And so we don't need any of this. So we're going to go ahead and skip that. We're also going to do -- database equals Postgres QL. So we're going to use Postgres for our database. Tailwind's going to be the default now, and so I don't think we need -- CSS Tailwind. But we're going to do it anyways. And we're not going to write any test in this. We're not trying to build a production application here. This is just for learning, just calling that out. So we're not going to be writing any tests. Maybe we'll write some front-end tests because I want to dig a little bit deeper on Jest at some point. And so maybe we will end up doing that. But I'm just going to do capital T, which will skip our test. Same thing as -- skip -tests. Because if we do any testing on the Rails side, we're going to install RSpec. It is just my preference. It's what's used more widely in production. And yeah, I would rather use that. The other thing we're going to do, and I don't think we'll need to use it at all. I don't know if this is something where I want to use Solid. All right, Solid Q, Solid Cache, any of those database-backed adapters versus something like Redis. My preference is to use Redis Sidekick. Yeah, it comes with its trade-offs, as does everything, right? But it's tried and true. And I'm sure the database-backed adapters are totally fine until you scale, and then you switch over. But why not just build with it from the beginning? It's not that much more expensive to host, and you don't need to change anything later. So, although I haven't, to be fair, I only tried out Solid Q, Solid Cache whenever they first came out with Rails 8, and Mission Control, I think, is the UI for that. But I haven't revisited them since. And so, well, let me update this here. There we go. And so maybe it's better. I don't know. Maybe we circle back to that, and we'll do some spelunking into Solid with Rails and see what's what there. So let's go ahead. I think that's more than enough to get us going. So let's go ahead and create the application. And this will go ahead and set up all the files for us, all the configuration files, all the default boilerplate for our Rails application. So we're going to cd into stash, and we're going to see everything in there. How do we want to do this? So I would normally open this up in NeoVim, and I probably still will, but let's see. Before we get started, because we're going to have to set up the application, but I want to install some gems, and I want to clean up our gem file. So let's do this. I'm going to open up NeoVim. Feel free to do this in Visual Studio Code if you're trying to follow along. And there's a couple of things I'm going to do to get started. And this is just, for me, long-term maintainability, right? I think we're going to use Redis. although we might look at solid queue, solid cache. I don't know if we're even going to get into any of that here. We can always come back and add those later. Let's get rid of that. Kamal's fine. We might try to use that. Okay. Let's go ahead and sort some of these dependencies alphabetically. This is where this becomes an issue. Okay, and if we want those later, we'll add them. And what else? So the other thing I like to do is get the Ruby version and put that in here too. And so I'll put Ruby, what is this, 3.4.8. And we'll save that there just so it's documented. Our dependencies will get pinned to that. Now we're going to add a couple of gems. So we're going to add one for Inertia Rails and we're going to add one for Vite Rails. So we're going to do bundle add Inertia Rails. And then we'll do bundle add Vite Rails. And now let's come back into our gem file. We'll reload it. It's going to add them down here. Let's go ahead and grab them, stick them up there, sort those again, get rid of that extra space. Now we're good. Okay, so now we're going to do a bundle just to make sure we're good. Okay, so let's do bin setup. So we're going to go ahead and run our setup. That's going to generate our database for us. It's going to start the dev server. We're going to cancel that because we don't need it running yet. But we just wanted to run through and get the setup command. So that'll run a bundle and run migrations for our Rails application. Okay, so now, and I don't think you have to do bin Rails, but we're going to do Rails G inertia :install. And this is going to run the inertia installer, and it's going to ask if we want to install Vite Ruby. We're going to say yes, because we already installed the Vite Rails gem. So we're going to say yes. It's going to ask if we'd like to use TypeScript. Again, we're going to say yes. It's going to ask if what framework we want to use. React is the default, so we're just going to press enter. And it's going to ask if we want to install Tailwind CSS. Yes, we want Tailwind version 4. And it's going to go through and set those things up. It's going to have a conflict here for bin dev because it needs to add Vite to that. So it's going to ask to override it. We're going to do capital Y to force override. And it says it's successfully installed. Okay. So we need to verify that it works. So we have our database running. Let's do, let's run bin dev. That's going to fire up our Rails server at localhost 3000. So now we'll come back here and go to localhost 3000. Give this just a minute to spin up. Okay. It looks a little wonky. I think this is a problem with the default Inertia Rails or the default Rails layout template. So let's come back here and let's open up layout application. And if we come down here to our main class, our main HTML tag, you're going to see that this class, CSS class here, has a bunch of Tailwind classes applied to it, and that's going to actually break our inertia rendering. So we can fix that pretty quickly. Cool. So I think that works. We have all of that set up. Now we can actually go to, let's see, does that make it the default? I think it does make it the default, right? So if we come back here and we go to our routes file, let's fix that. Okay, yeah, so we'll move our server over here to a new tmux pane, and then we'll come back here. So it looks like, yeah, it set the inertia example as our default. Which is this TSX page here. looks like it has its own CSS there. Application CSS. Tailwind has been brought in there. Let's go ahead. Place those. Inertia example. Go and clean all of that up as well. And yeah, that's fine. We're not going to keep any of that. All right, so that should be good. Let's look at, okay, so app front end is where all of our JavaScript code is going to go. So we have our entry point here. That is, so it's coming from the Vite JavaScript tag. So app views, layouts, that same application one, right? So we have style sheet, link. Ooh, I remember there's something here. I think these are in the wrong order. I think the refresh tag needs to be first. Because we should be able to get live reloading. Bring this here. And if we open up our example page, I guess that's just, is that just the title? That's just the title. And let's see, do we need to rerun this? Okay. All right, so if we wanted to get rid of, I don't know what the subneb is here with logos. So it should be live reloading there. So like this is something that I would probably use AI for, right? This is something that I think is helpful for that. So if we come, yep, we trust the folder, all good. If we come here and I think we need to install Rubocop. Let's switch back here and just run the installer for that. Okay. What do we need to do? So we need to figure out why it's not auto loading, right? So it's going to be in our layout application. And so we'll also take the example index view, and you know what? I have to figure out how to use VS Code without tabs in it. I just feels weird, even though I don't use them in NeoVim. It's kind of weird. Okay, because I want to like add this file to chat, and I want to add this file to chat, and then I want Copilot to go and figure it out. I think it's something with these refresh tags and like the order of these tags. Yeah. There's definitely there's something in there for the hot module reload. Okay, so it says it's missing in the Vite config. Oh, interesting. Okay, so let's keep that. Let's restart our server, see if that worked. Okay, so let's run bin dev again. Well, it's going to update now. So let's go back here. We should have that open there. And if I come here, I mean, sounds good, right? No, I don't think this is going to do it without a hard refresh. So save that, hard refresh. I wonder if something in proc file. No. It's still not working. Delete Vite cache. Like, really? I don't think that's a thing at all. Okay, let's restart again. We need to get this working because this will be key as we're working with JavaScript to get the page to just auto reload instead of us having to do it. Okay, so now it's running. So now if we go here and it's not auto updating. Okay. Is that the issue too? Why doesn't this work? The proc file references bin Vite, but it doesn't exist. You're using the Vite plugin Ruby, which has a different setup. Is that actually true? I don't know if that's true. Yeah. Okay, so now Vite's running. Okay. Now if we come back here. There we go. Now we're auto updating. Okay, okay. This text like, I don't know, 6XL, text white, font bold. Yeah. So there we go. So now it's auto updating as we save, which is great. We don't have to refresh the page. We have hot module reloading, which is awesome. Okay. So I think that's good for project setup. We probably want something for this page. I don't know that we want these cards and whatnot, or if this is just here. There we go. Okay. Let's call that good for commit 1, and we're going to say initial commit. So a little bit of AI there, right? But it's like, why isn't this one thing working? Not go and write all of my application code for me. That's a bad idea unless you have a very good spec and you've kind of architected what that specific feature should be, and then you break it down into steps and verify along the way that the AI is kind of following the right path there. Then that works extremely well. But yeah, good example of using AI to solve a problem that previously I would have went and searched and clicked around a bunch, which I think is still useful. There's still useful information out there. Good use case for it. Okay. So what do we want to do next? So phase 1, we need the core kind of CRUD interface. So create, read, update, delete with Inertia and Rails. So in order to do that, we need to build out our basic snippets. So snippet's going to be the main kind of model or object that we're going to interface with. And so we need to generate a model for it. So we're going to run bin Rails G, which is just short for generate. You can type out generate if you want to. I'm not going to. Model snippet. And we're going to say title string content, text, language, string, description, text, snippet type. We're going to make that an integer and favorite as a Boolean. And what that's going to do, it's going to go ahead and generate a database migration and a model for us. So you'll notice that in NeoVim, we're getting automatically prompted to run migrations, which we're not going to do yet. We're going to close those down, db migrate. Look at that, create snippet. So there's our migration here to create our table for snippets. So let's add null false, default of an empty string. Okay, let's see, what else? Language, description, integer, Boolean. Okay, I think that's probably good. Yeah, I mean, you would probably want to what? Add index on title. Probably make it true as well. Let's go ahead and run migrations. Okay, so that's going to go ahead and add the new snippets table. And you'll notice that it also created a snippet model. So there's no code in the model right now, but that's what we what we have. So we're going to go ahead and kind of update the model here so we can get going. All right, so first thing is we're going to have an enum here for the snippet type. And the snippet type here is going to be simple for now. So code is 0, prompt is 1, command is 2, and note is 3. And then let's add some validations here. So validates title, presence, true, validates content, presence, true, validates snippet type, presence, true, and what else? We're going to add a scope here for our favorites. And that's going to be what? Where favorite is true. And we can do a scope for by type. This one's going to take an argument of type. And we can say where snippet type is of that type. We can return it there. And that just makes it easier for us to look these up, right? Because we can then say like snippet dot by type. And I think because this is an integer, we would probably have to pass in that, or we could do you could use snippet type if you had that. Okay. So that should be good there for the snippet. Let's go ahead and create a controller. So we're going to say app controllers snippets controller.rb. And that's going to inherit from application controller. And what do we need in here? So let's create an index action. And inside of the index action, we're going to get all of our snippets from the database and assign those to an instance variable. So we're going to say snippets equals snippet.order created at descending. And we're just going to return those back. And how we return those with Inertia is we're going to actually render Inertia, and then we're going to give it a path. So snippets index. And then we're going to pass through some props. So we're going to say props, and here we're going to pass through a hash. So we're going to say snippets, and now we're going to pass through the snippets, but we're not going to just pass the entire objects. We are going to actually take the snippets and do call serialize snippets and pass it through. This is going to serialize the snippets one at a time before it passes it through, and I'll show you what that method ends up looking like. So if we let's go ahead. We're going to create a couple private methods down here just to help us out and make it more clear. So we'll say def serialize snippets snippet. And essentially what this is going to do is it's just going to return a hash. We don't want to return everything. Or maybe we do want to return everything. Okay. So yeah, I guess we are going to return everything, but we're mainly going to format these dates. And we're still going to leave these camel case, or sorry, snake case. So we'll see what we do there. Okay, so we have a lot of other methods in here to implement. So let's do snippet params. And these are going to be our params for strong params and Rails. So we're going to say params.require. We're going to require a snippet, and we're only going to permit title, content, language, description, snippet type, and favorite. Yeah, I think that's all we need for that. There's a lot of these, so let's go ahead and just drop those down like so. That'll make that a little bit easier to read, and we have our serialized. Okay, so that's it for our private methods. Let's go and implement our other actions here. So we're gonna have a few more actions in here. So we need to have a show action, so we can look at a snippet, and we're gonna go ahead and fetch a snippet from the database. So snippet.find, we'll pass through the ID and pull that snippet back. And again, we're going to render inertia, and this time it's going to be snippets show. We're going to pass through those props again and serialize the snippets and pass through the snippet to serialize. And that's going to clean it up and return that, right? And so I think the main thing about this is that we're being very explicit about the params that we're passing to the front end. You don't necessarily want to pass your entire active record object, especially once you start interfacing with other gems that might be storing different metadata and different things like that. You also don't want to expose something on the front end that you're not intentionally exposing. I think that's probably the biggest thing from a security standpoint. So this is actually a good practice. You could use something like JBuilder as well, which is a good way to do this, and that way you can still access different methods and dynamic attributes and things like that from your active record models, but you're intentional about what you're exposing on the front end. I think that intentionality is the key thing, that if you remember anything, that's the thing to remember. Okay, so where do we go from here? All right, so we have our show. Let's also add a new action, and so we can create a new snippet. And let's see, for this one, we're just going to render inertia snippets new. We're going to pass through some props, and we're going to say snippet types, and that's going to be snippet.snippet. Whoops. Types.keys. I'll pass that through there. And let's see, what else? So we have new. We need a create action. This is where persistence will happen, right? So once we've submitted our form to create a new snippet, we need to then submit that somewhere, save it in the Rails database, and then return a response back to the front end. And so for this, we're going to, again, initialize a new snippet. And we're going to use those snippet params, right? So this is grabbing that request data that was submitted by the form. And then we're going to say, if we can save it, then we're good. Else, we need to redirect to new snippet path. And for inertia, we're going to pass errors. And we're going to pass the snippet errors along if there were any. If we're able to save, then we're going to redirect to snippets path. And we're going to say snippet created for now. Something simple, right? And let's see here. Now we need an edit action. And we're going to, again, grab the snippet. We can clean this up with a private method as well. And we'll find that by the ID. And then again, we're going to render inertia, snippets, edit. We're going to pass the props. And then we're going to pass in the snippet. And that's going to be serialized snippets. And that should be serialized snippet. Oh, it is. It is supposed to be snippet. Okay, so we'll change that in a second. Snippet. Snippet types. Keys. And I think that's it. Let's go ahead and rename this. This should be serialized snippet. Okay, so singular for that. Great. So we have our edit action. Now we need an update action so that we can persist those changes made on the edit. So we're going to find the snippet again by ID. And this time we're going to say if snippet.update. Again, using those snippet params. And if we can't update, we're going to redirect to edit snippet path. We're going to pass through the snippet for that. And for the inertia errors, we're going to pass through the snippet errors again. And if we are able to update, we're going to redirect to the snippets path. Letting you know that we've updated the snippet. And last but not least, we need a way to delete or destroy a snippet if we choose to. So I need to find that snippet. We need to destroy the snippet, and we're going to redirect to snippets path with a notice of snippet deleted. And I think that's it. That is our entire snippets controller. So pretty simple there. Let's see, did we get our show? Looks like we typoed that. Let's fix that. That looks pretty good. Okay. That looks pretty good as well. And let's see. Okay, what else do we need to do? So we have our controller set up. We need to set up some types on the front end for our TypeScript. So let's see. Maybe we leave the comfort of NeoVim and we go ahead and open up Visual Studio Code here. Okay, so let's go ahead and close all these. We'll leave our server running in here. I think that's fine. We should have already run our migrations. We should be good there. We don't need any AI code now. We're not going to worry about that. We're going to go ahead to open up app types index. Okay. This is where we're going to add. So we have flash data here. We have some shared props, and we're going to add some of our own types in here as well. So we'll go ahead and make this a little bit bigger. See if we can't. Actually, you know what? Instead of bin dev here, let's go ahead and kill that. We're not running anything there. Let's get rid of both of those. Let's close that. Let's come back here, server window, and run bin dev again. Make sure the Vite is running there. It is. Great. We are good to go. Now we'll jump back here, and now we can just flip back over here. We're back at our application, or we can, which we need to reload. There we go. And we can switch back there. Ghosty should be good here. And now we're back here. Okay, so it looks like these are included types that come with Inertia Rails, but we're going to add our own. So we're going to say export type snippet. And again, we're gonna mock this out, right? So this is a number, title is a string, content is a string, language is a, that's not what we want. That, no, Copilot. Language is a string or null. Description is a string or null. Snippet type is code or prompt or command or note. Favorite is Boolean. And then created as string, updated as string. And let's fix something here. So we have okay. I think that looks good. What if we switch to just a VS Code color scheme? Why don't we do that? Okay. Yes, we need to assign our type there. Okay. What else do we need? We need page props. So we have flash data, which is interesting. Export type page props equals, and we're going to do flash, which could be null. And then inside of that, we'll do notice alert. And then we'll do errors. And that is going to be a record with a string with an array. And then we'll just close that. And let's not get all crazy there. Just keep it simple, Copilot. Keep it simple. All right, we'll go ahead and save that. So that'll allow us to pass these to the page and have some defined structure for our flash messages and any errors that we return, like you saw in our snippets controller here. where we are returning errors like this, or we have a specific notice that's being returned. Okay. So I guess it's helpful to keep that open. That kind of pushes the code over a little bit. Let's do that. All right. What else? So we have our TypeScript types. I think we need to start creating some of our React components here. And so we're going to do that. We're going to do that in just a minute. I'm going to grab a drink and I'll be right back. Okay, we are back. Okay, so we have some of our TypeScript types. Now we need to start creating some of our components here. So we need to create a new page for our snippets. Well, we need to create a number of new pages, right? Let's start with our index page. So we're going to create a new folder here, and we're going to call this snippets. And actually, I think we can just drill down so we can say snippets, index. Well, let's just do snippets for our folder. And then we're going to add a new file here, index.tsx. And let's get going. So what do we need? We need to import head and link from Inertia.js React. Yep. So we'll take that, right? Like that's fine. Let's import snippet and page props from, there's going to be from types. Is that the right directory? Let's see. That is not correct. So this should have been pages. That needs to be in there. That needs to be there. That needs to be there. And that should be good. So one note here is that we're going to be using plain Tailwind, and we'll add in the future, whatever. So okay. So we don't, I don't want that. So we're going to create an interface, and we're going to say props extends page props, and we're going to add snippets. Okay. Now our main component here is going to be export default function default function index, and we're going to pass through the snippets and the flash and return props here. So we'll go ahead and add our head. That's fine. But we don't want to take any of this. So let's go ahead and let's close our tag there. And let's close that, and let's close that. Okay. So what do we have? So we're going to have head. We can even do this like this. What are we doing? Title. Snippets. Yeah. So much shorter. Okay. Sorry, we need to not do that. We need to fix the white space. I forget. So I'm gonna delete all this. I'm pretty sure I had to install an extension for this, which is ridiculous. I don't know. Let's try it. I forget which one of these it is, but like I don't want white space anywhere in here. If I come down here and I delete that. Yeah. Okay. So we have our head. Now we're going to need a container here. So class name. And again, we're just going to use Tailwind classes here. So we have max width 4XL, MX auto, PY8, PX4. We'll create another div in here. This one's going to be flex, justify between item center, MB8. And inside of here, we're going to have an H1 for snippets. We're going to have a link. This link comes from Inertia.js, and we're going to link to the new snippet path. We're going to close that link, that div, and then down here, we're going to check and see if we have a flash message. And if so, we're going to display it. And I don't think we're going to display an alert or anything here, so it's just a notice. And we're going to have another class down here. This one is going to be space y4, and we're gonna actually map over our snippets here. So let's close our div, and let's come in here. We're gonna say snippets.map. Yeah, snippet, and then we're gonna render. So snippets.map snippet, and what are we going to render? We are going to render, we're going to render a snippet card. Yeah. And then obviously a snippet card doesn't exist, so we'll have to add that down here. So let's just do function snippet card. It's going to take a snippet, return snippet, and we're just going to return and leave that as is just to satisfy this. Okay, so we have our map there for our snippet. We're going to render that, and then underneath that div, we're going to do snippets.length. So basically, if we don't have any, we're going to just put our blank state there. So no snippets found, create your first snippet, and that'll be that. So let's go down to our snippet card. And what do we want to do here? So the whole thing we're going to do here is return a link. So we actually don't need that placeholder. So we're going to say href is going to be equal to our snippet / snippet ID. We are going to give a class name of block. Border grade 200, rounded LG, P4. It's probably going to look very common. Excuse me. Okay, so P4. What else do we want? Hover. Border blue 300. Hover shadow SM. And transition. Okay, so there's a class name. Oh wait, we don't need that. And yeah, so we don't want just the snippet title in here. So inside of our link, we're going to create another div, of course. Excuse me. I'll say flex, justify between items start. And we're going to create a div inside of there as well. I don't know where that came from. Okay. Yeah, H2. Text Excel, semi-bold, text gray. 900. and we're gonna have the title, and then if we have a description, we'll display the description, and we don't need that. Okay, so div so title, description, and then down here we'll have a span, extra small, BG gray 100, text gray 600, PX2, PY1 rounded, and that's just going to have the snippet type in it. And then if we have snippet language, then we'll go ahead and display that. So I think the autocomplete's fine. Totally fine. We know what we're trying to do here. Okay, so we have a language. That's basically what we want for the card. That should be enough to be able to see the index. I mean, we don't have any snippets yet, and we haven't hooked up the route. But let's do this. Let's go. So we definitely need to implement the rest of the views, but let's link this up in our routes. So if we go to routes, we're actually going to let's just route to snippets index. Come here and reload, and now you'll see that we have our snippets page. So pretty cool. New snippet doesn't work obviously because we don't have that route yet, but we will add that in just a minute. Okay, so I think that's a good checkpoint. Let's go ahead and save that. Cool. Okay, let's see. What else do we need to add? So we have our show view, our new view, our edit view. I think new and edit. So we have show, new, edit. So let's see. Excuse me. If we jump back over to VS Code and we'll come back here to our index and let's go ahead and add a new file. Let's add new.tsx. Let's add show.tsx and edit.tsx. So in the next phase, we're actually going to implement shadcn for our forms. And so we're not really going to create the new page yet. Because I want that to use shadcn for the form, because there's just like, we don't need to recreate form components. There's a bunch of other stuff that we can do in here. I'm just going through the guide. Bunch of other stuff we can like dig deeper on. But I don't think writing an actual, like all the form handler stuff. Let's see. Because we're gonna use the useForm hook for our new. So let's do this. So we created our views, our view components here for the pages. So if we wanted to use the Inertia docs to do a form submission here, let's see how we would do that. That's a good example. So let's go Inertia Rails. Getting started. Okay, so pages, forms. Inertia provides two primary ways to build forms, the form component and the useForm helper. Both integrate with your server-side framework's validation and handle form submissions without full page reloads. Sounds good. Inertia provides a form component that behaves much like a classic HTML form, but uses inertia under the hood to avoid full page reloads. It's the simplest way to get started with forms. Okay. So we just need to import this. So let's go ahead and create our new form from scratch. We're going to end up replacing this, which I think is fine whenever we add shadcn, but let's just learn how to do this. And we're going to export a default. Let's see, how do we do, whoops. How do we do that in index? So we're going to export function index. We probably want all of these, right? So let's just put this down here. Let's go here to new. And looks like our music stopped. So let's start it again. Okay, so we're also going to import head and link from Inertia React.js. I guess we can just put form and not have both of those. And we're going to implement, let's see, we're on new. We're going to implement both of those. I don't think we need to extend the page props for new. So I think we're fine there. Yep. So add a title. That's a basic markup here. And I'm just going to take Copilot for this because it's using that form helper. So we can close that now. We have our imports in there. Okay. Yep. And so it looks like we're not using link. So we can get rid of that. And we are not using snippet. So we can get rid of that and simplify our new view. Now if we come back here and go to new, we're going to say no route matches. And that's because we never added the route. And so if we come back here, we'll do snippets. We'll just add everything for now. And now when we hit new, we're going to get our new snippet page. And this time we'll say this is, let's see, this is a, we'll say Inertia Rails form example. paste that in. We'll hit create snippet. And of course we're not doing anything. So we need to set the action up. Okay, so let's see. So did it not set? It did. So let's see if we're hitting a network error here. So it looks like it got redirected. Now you know what the problem is, because our show view doesn't exist. So let's go ahead and implement our show view, because I think that's where we're redirecting. We are going to implement our snippet here. And go ahead and scaffold that out. Very basic show page. Okay. No snippets. We'll just say example. Oops. Copy that, paste that in, create the snippet. Okay. Let's look at our snippets controller, create action. Let's do save bang. And let's throw an exception. Snippet type cannot be blank. Okay, so we're not getting a snippet type, right? So we need how do we get the snippet types from the controller? Okay, so for new, we're passing the snippet types there as props, right? Okay. So for new, how do we get the snippet types? So we need to extend that, and then that gets passed through, and okay, so we pass it through there. Let's make this a little bit smaller so we got some room to work. Okay, so we have our title. So we need to choose the type of snippet. And we might want to get that as early as possible. So we'll do it within the form here. We'll say div snippet type. Yep. And then we'll choose the snippet type. We'll put an example in there. We'll do whatever our type is here. We'll hit create. Okay, so now it's created it. There's the example, and we can come and view it. Cool. So that is pretty interesting. Even though we didn't write all of this ourselves, it's, you know, boilerplate stuff. So we're going to map over it. And I think that looks fine for what it is, just a pre-tag. We can obviously make this look a lot better and you know, pull in a code mirror or some other code editor, which we probably will. But yeah, there's our basic form. That works. We can create snippets. We can view snippets. We can't edit them yet, so let's do that. So let's go to our show. And let's see, we have the H1 here. Oh, it's trying to add a delete. I'm not trying to do delete right now, man. Oh, interesting. I guess that would work, right? Right, so it just adds a delete right there. I don't think the route works. Method should be delete. Oh my goodness. Yes. Right. Then that works. We don't have a confirm, so we probably want that. Right. Not be zoomed in there. That's pretty cool. Okay, so yeah, I mean, pretty straightforward there. Let's see, we are here on the show page where you probably shouldn't be able to do the delete. Yeah, I don't know, it's fine. Who cares? Let's do a link to edit. Yeah, exactly. So I'll go ahead and reload that. Why is there such a huge gap? So and then this just needs a flex one, right? And I'll push that over. And now item center. That should be, I don't know why that's, oh, because we got this on here, which we don't need. Let's clean that up. Okay, we're gonna edit. I don't really care about aesthetics of it now. We will update this with shadcn and make it look a lot better. But we're gonna get to our edit form, which doesn't do anything right now. So let's go ahead and implement edit. And I think we're going to take a lot of the same thing here. Let's go ahead and just full screen this. Let's pull edit over here. Show over there. Pull all the things in. We need snippet. We need edit props. We're going to pull in edit. We're going to load in the default value. Okay, I see how we're doing that. And if there are any errors for anything, we're going to display it. Okay. Oh, nice. So as we're building that out, we kind of edit, visualize, like reloaded, visualized, but reloaded for us. So cool. So we see there, pretty straightforward. Granted, again, we're letting Copilot generate a decent amount of this boilerplate for us, just because it's tedious to write. All right, but it's just HTML. So we just have HTML here, and the only difference is we have this default value that's binding our value so that it loads into there. And then we're checking to see if there are any errors for this field. Then we're going to display the errors. And we're going to just display the title of all the errors in a string, comma separated. And we'll do that for each one of the, for the title, for the content. And those are the only things that we're editing right now. I guess if we wanted to, let's see, do we have that for snippets controller, edit? We are loading snippet types. Okay. Bet. Okay, so for new, we do pass snippet types in here. And then for edit, we're passing the snippet and the snippet types. And we need that here. And then I think we can essentially take the same field that we had before for snippet types, and we can just implement that same drop down. And now we'll get the type. We could change that if we wanted to. And I'm even thinking, like, if this were like a basic version of the product that I want to build, how would we change the snippet types there? Right? Like, I think code snippets are still relevant. Prompt, command. Yeah, I don't know. I think we could probably leave that. Let's see. Okay. So Inertia.js show page. We're going to update it, and we're going to say no route matches post. That's again because it got this wrong again. So we have to use the correct HTTP verb. Otherwise, it's not going to bind to Rails the correct way. So, you know, it's a AI thing right there where Copilot just doesn't know. Let's just do snippet. We're going to do update. You'll see that updated. We can go ahead and edit that. We can change that to prompt, hit update. It's going to say prompt. We'll edit it, change it back to code because it is code. And we'll say it's a show page example, and we will do that. We can view the code. There's no language drop down because we don't really have that. We said it was a string. So I wonder how we would do that in TypeScript. If I wanted to go to, would it just be in here? Export type. Language. I don't want those there. I don't feel like you would do that. Would you? I'm trying to think where we would want to get the language from. The list goes on and 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 on, right? And now what's the problem? So does that make it available? Should it be languages? Like, I don't know what the correct way to do this is. Right, so this would be something where I would create a new chat, select this, and say and that would be something where I would ask, right? Like, interesting. So as const. So a better approach is to export const languages equals that as const, and then to export type language equals type of languages number. So I'm guessing that's going to be like the index. So as const makes the array read only and preserves literal types. Language type is a union of all language strings. Better autocomplete and type checking elsewhere in your code and prevents accidental modifications to the array. No, I got it. Okay, cool. So with that on new, we could, let's see, from types. So it'd be languages. Oh, and then no, don't want that change. Thank you. So snippet type. And here I would say okay, so if we go to new snippet, we can now select a language. So if I want to move markdown to the top, and these probably end up being conditional in some way. Just in the sense that, like, oh, this is gonna be kind of biased, but that's okay. I can do that. JavaScript, Ruby, and then Go, and types. Bring that up there. Okay. So that should be good there. And so now if I choose JavaScript here, and I'm just gonna grab this code, Because why not? And say language options and hit create snippet. That's going to say code and then JavaScript. And now we see that our language is set there. We don't have a date set here, which is interesting. Invalid date for created at. So why is that? Okay, so for our show page, snippet.created at. Let's look at our snippets controller. Let's close down that Copilot chat. Because we're not returning the right thing. So it should be created at. Now that'll return correctly. Okay, code is there. And we don't have a language on that one, and we don't have it on edit. So let's go ahead and so let's look at new. So we want something like this. And we need to pull it in. Languages there. We don't need to modify that. We need to come here. And snippet type is fine. And then here. And we need to implement that. Well, edit. There we go. And now we have our language options. We can update that to TypeScript. And we are good to go. All right, so that's our basic CRUD, right? We've implemented all of the basic CRUD using Rails, Inertia.js, TypeScript, and yeah, it's pretty good. What else? What else? What else? I think we keep going. I think we keep on going. What do we have next in our guide? I think the next thing here is to use shadcn. Like start to clean up some of this UI. Use shadcn. I guess this is TypeScript. But we can update a lot of these things with shadcn components. And I think this is a good way to learn how to use shadcn components. I think, something like this is totally fine and totally valid to like build something, see if it's useful without adding a bunch of yeah, as far as breaking into tech, I think like it or not, you still have to learn how to program, right? You should know how to program, how to write code, but then you need to learn how to leverage these different AI tools, because that's the big challenge right now with hiring, is that people very much believe that they can just use AI to get junior level or even junior to mid-level code out of AI agents, so we don't need to hire. And I think there's a real pipeline problem there with new talent if that becomes true. And so I think the best way to stand out is to learn how to leverage things like Claude Code. There's a lot of really cool things you can do with Claude Code as far as creating custom sub-agents, custom commands, custom skills, which can even have code that you write that's repeatable, right? And so instead of the AI going and automatically writing code to generate the function to resize an image, you write the code to resize an image. or extract, captions from a video or whatever it is, re-encode a video with FFmpeg, whatever the thing is, but you write the code to do that, and then you list it as a skill for Claude Code, and then when you have it go and perform that action when it's generating code, it uses your skill to do that, right? So there's a lot of ways that you can fine-tune these AI agents and these agentic workflows to generate the code that you want, right? Generate good code, but you have to set up the guardrails and the standards for them to do that. Otherwise, you get a lot of variety. I think that, and focus on learning how to write specs, how to specify, and like write a technical document on how to implement something, whatever that thing is, because this kind of spec-driven workflow with agentic tools is kind of where I see things going for a lot of things. Because there's a lot of business applications out there and a lot of CRUD applications that if you can specify it and break it up into small enough tasks, the AI tools can knock it out in minutes. And so I think learning how to leverage those tools, learning how to write technical specifications, make sure that you have strong soft skills, written, verbal communication. Those things I think are gonna really help. And then, you don't need to be an expert at everything. Either pick a language and get good at it. And you need to figure out what you enjoy doing as well, and then find roles around that, because don't just follow trends and go and pick a language that you may hate writing. Find something you actually enjoy. But I would say learn how to leverage those AI tools, and then go deep on a language or a framework and learn something deeply versus just following trends, so to speak. Sorry, that was a lot. That was a bit of a rant. But yeah, I mean, I can say I definitely see a gap out there for roles, especially for interns. I mean, I think even for interns, it's like you have to have projects, right? Like, have interesting projects on your GitHub. Like, build stuff. They don't have to be full production applications. Just like build interesting things, and don't use AI to write all of those. You can use AI for guidance to understand, like, how do I go about implementing this thing, or how does this thing work, or tell me more about that thing. But you need to be typing the code and writing the code. You need to be hitting the errors and the edges and having to debug and figure those things out, because then when you pull those projects up to talk to someone about a role, you can go deep on one of those projects and really talk about the challenges you had building it, the fun you had building it, like the things that were more interesting, the things that were kind of tedious, but how it's built. I see a lot of people just generating apps with AI, and they have no idea how any of the code works. And their only way to fix it is to go back to AI and say, hey, can you fix this thing? And I guess if that works for some things, that's fine. But we're also seeing a lot of churn in the market as it pertains to those AI companies that all spun up like 18 months ago, because there's a lot of thrashing with, like, we'll just re-roll and rewrite the whole application with AI anytime we need to make a change. That doesn't really work for long-term stability whenever customers have expectations, when they're paying for your software, that your software works and is reliable and doesn't break whenever you push changes out. Okay, so let's get back to this. I think we're just going to jump straight into shadcn, and we'll clean this up with some shadcn components. I don't think we need excalidraw here. Maybe, but we'll go ahead and just go to shadcn. And so if you don't know, shadcn is kind of a boilerplate component library, and it's different from existing CSS frameworks like Twitter Bootstrap, where they would come with like bundled components for different things, and that was like part of the library, but you couldn't access them or change them, and it's just like that was, you got what you got, and you used it until a new version came out, and then you upgraded to that new version. With shadcn, one of the cool things is it's built off of Radix, which is kind of like the foundation component library that powers shadcn. So it's all the atoms, if you will, of the different components. But it copies the code directly into your project, and so you can install all the components, and they're not meant to be updated from shadcn later. You pull them in, and now they're yours. And now you can use all the ones that you want, and you can go in and customize and change the styles of them, the look and feel, whatever. But they become your components. You own the code for them. It's not a library that's imported into your project. It is simply a command line tool, CLI, that you can run and then install those components and pull them directly into your application. So before we get started doing that, we need to create a checkpoint because we just created a bunch of CRUD routes here. So let's go here. And let's say Inertia CRUD. That's essentially what it was. And now we should be good. So where we left off, we have our index page. We have our new page to create new snippets. We have our show page so we can view a snippet. We can edit a snippet, and we can delete a snippet. So we've got all the CRUD functionality. I know this doesn't look great. We're going to fix that now with shadcn. Okay, so if we jump back to our terminal, also we can close that. Okay, so we jump back to our terminal. We are going to initialize shadcn. So we're going to do that with npx. So we're going to say npx shadcn at latest. And we're going to run the init command. And okay, so no import alias. So it looks like we need to update our is it for our, okay, it's for our TS config. Okay, so let's do this. Let's run that again. And we're going to get that there. Let's go open up our TS config. And so this is because we don't have any of our path aliases here. So we're going to have references. Let's see, files, references. Those are fine there. We're going to do compiler options. And this is going to be an object. We're going to pass in our base URL. It's going to be dot. And we're going to pass in our paths here. And this is going to be what's this? Dot front end star. Let's try that again. Okay, so we're going to initialize. We are going to choose. Oh, do we want slate? I feel like I want neutral. I don't think it matters that much, but I tend to stress over these stupid little details here. So which color scheme for our base? I know we can change it later if we want real black. We don't want gray because it's like a blue gray, right? Where's the black gray? And so if we want true black, we would go zinc. If we wanted neutral, more of a beige, off-white kind of tone vibe, we would go with neutral. I think we're just going to go with zinc and call it a day. Okay, cool. Success. Project initialization completed. We may now add components. I don't know that that's true. So let's see what else. So we have our paths here. I think in our Vite config, not that one, Vite config.ts, we're going to need to update some of this. So plugins. This is as good a place as any. And let's see, we're going to resolve an alias. And we're going to set up at. Oh, we need at path. And then we're going to do path.resolve. And we're going to get the dir name and app front end. Okay. And that's going to give us the @ alias so we can reference our components whenever we're importing using that instead of having to be use the absolute path. And we'll replace those single quotes with double quotes for the win. Okay, so now we should be able to install some components. Let's see, where is it going to install these? It should be putting them in components UI. So let's go ahead. I'm going to just copy and paste this. 1 second. If I can. All right. So we are going to go ahead and we're going to run npx shadcn at latest add. So that's the command. And then we're going to pass through the components that we want to add. We're going to add button, input, label, text area, select, and checkbox. So let's go ahead and do that. And you'll see that it added those files under app, front end, components, UI, button, or I guess app, front end, components, UI, right? So that's where all of those went. If we come back here and close that down, app, front end, oh no. We got the folder wrong. Let's redo that. Front end. So tsconfig. Front end. Try that one more time. Okay, so now it went into app front end. Good. All right, so app, front end, close that page down, components, UI, and there we have our shadcn components. And like I said, it copies the code directly in. You have all the setup for them. You have the markup for them. It's a good base. So you don't have to go and create all these primitives from scratch. So we're going to import a few others. We're going to add card, badge, and alert dialog. And we'll go ahead and pull those in. Okay, so looks like there was a dependency of button on one of those and it skipped it because we already had it. So that's fine. Okay. Now what we want to do is we want to update our new page to use shadcn. And in particular, we're going to use the useForm hook. So let's go ahead and pop back over to VS Code. I think it'll be a little bit easier to do it there. Okay, so we're going to go to new. And we've got a lot of code in here. And we're going to delete all of it. Okay, so let's do this. Let's see. So we need our head. Yep. Our layout's fine. Our title's fine. I think our flash is probably fine. You know, I think we're going to update this pretty significantly. So let's do this. Let's just delete new. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and just start pulling stuff in here. So we're going to add our imports first. So we're going to have head, useForm from Inertia, and link. And we're going to import those. Okay. We're going to import form event. From React. We're going to import page props. And we are going to import languages as well. And what else? So now we're going to import our components. So we're going to import button. And we're going to import input, text area, label, we'll do select. I know it's leaving, I'm gonna be leaving white space in there. And what else? So text area, select. We're gonna need to import more from select. So we'll do this and this. And we're gonna import select content, select item, select trigger, and select value from UI select. And text area, we also need to import checkbox, right? And import checkbox. I think that's all the imports. Okay. We're gonna have an interface, props, extends page props. And that's going to be for snippet types. And we're going to come back and edit this in a minute. I think this should just be props as well. All right, we just keep that consistent interface. Page prop can come back from there. That's what we're going to use here. And that's going to be page props there, so that should import. Index, that's just going to be props. That's fine. New is going to be props. Show doesn't. It does. Whoa. Whoa. Chill out. Oh my goodness. So we'll name that props. And we'll name that props. And that should be consistent there. Okay. So we're back in new. We've got our props. Let's create our component. So export default function, excuse me, new. And like this is going to import so many things. So snippet types, errors. Wait. New. Snippet type, errors, and then props there. And then we're going to do const data, set data, post, processing, errors, form errors is going to equal useForm. We're going to pass through title, content, language, description, snippet type, we're going to default that to code, and favorite, which we're going to default to false. And then we'll close that off. And let's go ahead and close that off too. Okay. Let's check our validation errors here. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so now we need to merge any server errors with the form errors. So we're going to say const all errors equals form errors, and then we're going to append on errors. Okay, now we're going to have a function to handle submit. And that's going to take a form event. And that form event, we need to prevent default. And then we're going to post to snippets. And now we're going to return our markup. Okay. So we have our basic component structure here. And now we need to go through and reset up our page, right? So yeah, we're going to have a head tag here for new snippet. And we're going to have our same container, class name equals max width 2XL, yep, MX auto. We're going to have, yep, that's great. Oh, close our div. Okay, so we're going to have a form. Now the on submit for our form is going to equal our handle submit, and we're going to have a class name on there, and now we can start building out our form. So I want to clean this up. Okay, now we're gonna have a label, right? So it's gonna be our label, and we're just gonna set HTML4 on it to title. We're gonna have an input, name, value. It's gonna have an on change here where we're gonna set the value to title, and we're going to give it a class. We're going to have all errors here. And that's going to be it for, let's see, are we doing this div space y2? All right, let's see. Space y2. We'll go ahead and copy that pattern, and we'll paste that down here, and we'll go ahead and create the content now. And now we're going to add, yeah, we can add the languages now. That's fine. We'll have our select trigger. We probably want this in here, and we probably want, yeah, snippet types before that. Right. And so we want to be able to output the snippet type there. Snippet type should not be undefined. Oh, I got it. Wait, what was your fix? Sure. Okay. So then we have our are we adding placeholders? I do not think we added a placeholder here. Let's do a placeholder. Placeholder. Snippet type. Content. All right, so let's do snippet type. Let's go ahead and put that up here above the content. While we're here, let's install Prettier. Because we don't have that installed. That should be good there. Okay. Now, what are we doing next? So we've got languages. So we can select a language. Interesting. So it's just showing an input. We're going to use our selects, and we need our description. Okay, so we want this. We want description. Yep, it's gonna be a text area. That's fine. All errors for the description. And what else do we need? We need a checkbox for favorites. We can make that add to favorites. And then we're going to need one final section here for our form, which is going to be for our submit button. Right. So we're going to do, if it's processing, we're going to say something like saving, otherwise create snippet, and we're going to add another button here, which is a type notes variant, right? Variant equals ghost as child, and we're gonna make it a cancel button. So let's go back and okay, so we hit our first issue here. This is great. So we're trying to import a util. We're trying to import util. We don't actually have, I don't think we imported select. So when we added select, let's see. So we installed shadcn components. We did import select. And I don't think we have this libutils. So let's go back to shadcn. We're going to do installation. We'll choose Vite. It'll be a little bit different here, but that's okay. Okay, so we have our path. We have our base URL. We have our alias. That's fine. We've initialized. We've set our color. So it looks like might have a different issue here. Let's try to restart our Rails server. Just as a good kind of gut check there. Okay, so we did fail the build. And let's see here. So again, this is another place where I'm going to grab this, copy that, come back to VS Code. I'm going to open up Copilot, create a new chat here. We're going to paste that in, and we're going to see what's going on there, right? I don't see the libutils file existing. So it's a common utility needed by shadcn, and it needs to see an utility. So it needs to just create that for us, right? So lib utils, and all it's doing is this merge here. We'll create that. We'll keep it. We'll come here, kill the server, restart, and now we should get a clean compile, and we see that Vite is running. Now we're going to come back and reload, and you'll see that our application is loading. So we'll go ahead and hit new, and you see that we have an error because nothing is loading. So it says select item must have a value prop that is not an empty string. Okay. So there's an issue with our select on our new page, and I think it's related to not having a default value for one of these items. And let's see. So on line 74, there's select value equals blank, and they can't be blank. And so yeah, so we just need placeholders there, so we can keep that, come back. Okay, got it. So now it loads, and we see our shadcn form components. And these are just kind of the default styles because we haven't added any styles around it. And we get the buttons show up. Great. Pretty cool. And so we have those in here. Let's do one more thing. So as part of theming, we're going to come here and we are going to grab this CSS, and we're going to come back here to Visual Studio Code, and we're going to look at our entry points, application CSS, and we're going to paste that in right there. Now we're going to come back here. We're going to reload. Is that going to change it? No. Hold on. Do we need, let's see, pages, types. That's fine. We can actually remove this because we're not using it anymore. So we'll go ahead and delete that. And so it looks like we're only loading it here. Which means it's not being reloaded because we don't have a layout. I think we need a layout for this to actually work right. Let's go ahead and restart. Still not seeing our theme. Base colors. Okay, so neutral. We went with zinc, right? Let's try this again. A subtle color shift, but it's not what I would think. It's not going to be on that new page. Let's go ahead and throw that over there. And let's just say oh, what is this? So shadcn Vite config. Let's just copy that, paste that in there. We're going to say that this is TypeScript Vite config for shadcn alias. And we're going to add that to our favorites. Hit create. And now we see that right there. We can go to it, TypeScript code. Okay. Obviously, this needs to be updated. This looks better, though. Let's see. How do we fix that? Like if we get rid of that, pull it back in. Like it doesn't really change anything. So I'm wondering if it is Tailwind Forms that's changing it, or let's go ahead and bin dev, or if it's because we're not pulling the JavaScript in to our, interesting, that did not appear to change anything at all. Right, because if we go to, we can even change this to light mode, components, checkbox. Okay, let's go to form. Input. No, I guess that is how it looks. Okay. Yeah, we're getting a little bit of an extra outline there. What if we go to select? Where are we getting this extra outline? I don't want it wherever it's coming from. Let's see if we don't. I mean, I'm pretty sure we need those. Let's see, style sheets, application. There's nothing in there. Tailwind. Ah. So here's where it's coming from. Why? We do not want any of that. I don't think we want any of that. Okay, so now it's not taking any of the styles because we were loading it in previously in here, not in here. And so if we took this and then updated this, then this updates. Still getting extra borders from somewhere here. I don't know that we want our CSS to be coming from here, though. In fact, I'm pretty sure we don't want it coming from here at all. This will style like the Rails side of things, but I don't think we want that. And I think for that to work, we need like a layout component that wraps all of this, that we can load our styles into. So let's see. So we have new rendering right now. This is fine. We have our other styles in place. That appears to work. Let's go ahead and we're going to do the same thing for edit now that we have new working. So like new looks good. Let's do this. Let's start a new chat. This is where I will use AI, right? We're going to add the file to chat and we're going to say edit to use shadcn, like, right? And actually I'm going to stop that. And we're gonna do this real quick. And once we are configured, we will jump back here. Okay, so now that we have it configured, we're gonna let Codex do this. And we're gonna say snippet/edit to use shadcn like snippet/new. Okay, so we already know what new looks like, right? Now we want it to rewrite edit. So let's let it figure that out. See the difference. Let's put this over here. So here's our current edit. Here's our current new. We wanted to evaluate both of those, and we wanted to go ahead and rewrite this. And let's see what it does. So it's on auto context, so it's going to figure out the context itself. And let's see if it nails it, because it should be pretty much a copy and paste. Looks like it's thinking, it's scoping. Okay, looks like it finished. So let's compare here. So I brought over the same imports. We have our select, we have our props, edit. Yep, we're using put instead of post. Okay. Yeah, all of those things look pretty damn good. I think we're good there. Let's go ahead. We'll go back. Let's click on an existing one. We'll hit edit. And we're going to change that to prompt and Swift and options 1 and just a const. And we'll go ahead and add that to favorites too. Update snippet. And we'll come back here. Okay, let's edit that. Let's change that to back to code, back to TypeScript, since that's what all of these are. Back. And we will update that once again. Cool. Okay, so our form is working exactly how we expect it to, which is great. Now let's see, what else do we want to do here? I think we can probably commit where we're at right here, and then we can, I think we work on styling. Let me check my guide here. So we try to stay on track. So we've got this all built out as far as the form. I think we need to let's add a button, a custom delete button that has a confirmation built into it. I think that'll be something useful, and we can use it for if we want to come in here and delete one of these. Right now, if we hit it, it's just going to delete it without asking to confirm, which is probably not what we want in any application, realistically, unless it's like a tool for your own personal use and you know exactly how it's going to be used all the time. And by all means, just, you know, destroy database records without any confirmation. I'm sure it'll be fine. Okay, so let's do this. Let's go ahead and save where we're at, because I think we've made some good progress there. So let's do git add dot, and we're going to say install and configure shadcn new edit.tsx converted. Okay, so let's switch back to Visual Studio Code. We'll go ahead and close some of these down. That's why I'm not a huge fan of tabs in here. Also, shout out to OpenAI Codex. Nice work, one shot. Again, we gave it a pattern to follow. It had a pattern to follow to create the other view. There wasn't any crazy variation between edit and new. And with auto context, it was able to figure out exactly what to do and do the right thing. And that's what you'll find is when you have these like big amorphous tasks that you try to give to the AI, and it starts to kind of do things differently. And with that, you have to kind of give it more guidance, more guardrails, more things like that to keep it on track and giving you the output that you want. Okay, so let's open up the File Explorer here. Now, close down some of these. I kind of want to solve this CSS issue. I think there's a problem here, and let's see. You know what? Let's see if Codex can solve this for us as well. So let's open up a new chat and say, not from our React front end. So it's like it's loading from there versus let's see, we also don't need any of these. I think we delete all of these. Oops. Delete. Okay. So entry points, application.css. This is where I would expect our assets to be loaded from. We're not really going to build any other pages in Rails, but I guess if we had pages in both Rails, ERB, and React TypeScript. Okay, well, let's let it have auto context and let's see what it does. Because I do think we need a layout component or wrapper component within our React front end so that we can use that across different pages and have consistency there. Even for application shell or whatever common code that we want to share across multiple pages. And let's see how we would do that. So I think as a learning tool, right? As again, don't avoid using AI, just don't only use AI. Write code, understand how things work, go deep, read documentation. Use AI, question it and say, hey, give me a plan, give me an idea, tell me why. Don't make any changes, but tell me. And then verify that, right? Yeah, I think there's a lot of leverage to be had using these tools, but I do think it is so important that you stay mindful of skill atrophy, and you don't go down the path of just using AI nonstop, because your skills will atrophy. You will forget how to write certain things, how to do certain things, even if you've done it for a long time, because you're not in there doing it. And when those patterns change or things get updated, you're not the one doing the migration or making the code changes or reading about it or learning about it, right? It's like if new code is just generated for you next time and it's not compatible with your other code, and then it breaks. This happened. I feel like there's a lot of thrashing in this regard early on with AI, because the model's data was so like outdated that for a lot of modern things that you were doing, or current, not even necessarily modern, but like current things you were doing, it had, information on it that was 2 or 3 years old. And so it would reference the wrong versions of things. And so this was before web search and whatnot. So you'd have to feed it. You'd have to give it the documentation site and like feed in all the documentation so it knew what version you were using, and make sure you told it to look at your package JSON or your gem file, your lock file, or whatever, so it actually picked up the right versions of things. And so there was a lot of thrashing back and forth, and unfortunately I feel like that gave a lot of the AI tools a bad rap and a bad name. And there are a lot of senior devs that I know that there are a lot that I know that use it and have the same mindset, shared mindset, and take advantage of it as a tool, as an assistant, as a way to help multiply your output and do some of the tedious things that take a lot of time to do, and be a resource for brainstorming and prototyping and trying things out and exploring ideas and concepts before you commit to something. But I also know senior engineers that like don't use it, won't use it, haven't used it, haven't taken the time to. And I think it's that early thrashing where the data was out of sync, the models weren't that great, kind of put people off. But now they're pretty good. Like they're pretty good. If you have to know how to guide it, you have to know how to constrain it, and you have to know how to break down the work in a way that is manageable, reviewable, and you can really move quickly. Okay, let's see what it did. So Tailwind now ships from the React and Vite side instead of the Rails assets. Now carries the full theme, Tailwind animate imports, form typography plugins, rolling the Rails asset version, drop the style link tag app so the page only pulls Vite style sheet. I didn't run test, not requested. Next steps, you might want to remove the Rails, bin Rails, Tailwind CSS watch. Interesting. So it didn't add a layout. And so we just added all the stuff into our other one. It removed the style sheet link tag. And now it loads correctly. Right, now our drop downs look how they're supposed to look like with shadcn, but everything, yeah. Okay. So that's what we want. So that was the issue. Cool. So I am actually okay with that change in its entirety. We'll go ahead and close that back down, and we'll switch back over to our terminal. And great. Now, like we were trying to do before, let's go in and create the delete button. So just go back to VS Code, and we're going to come over to our components, and let's put this under, so components UI is going to be all of our shadcn components. Under components itself, we're just going to put our components. So I'll add a new file here, and we'll call this delete button. So we'll say delete button.tsx, and we will put that there. Okay. Now, it's interesting that the UI components are all lowercase. I don't know. What's your preference? Drop a comment down below. Let me know. I used to care a lot more about these things, and right at this point, I really just care about consistency. Like, be consistent with whatever you choose. Make a choice and be consistent. Other than that, who cares, right? You're the one that has to manage your code. It doesn't matter what the standards are as long as there are standards and consistency for people to be able to adapt to when they're working on your code base. Now, yeah, there are probably some rules and guidelines to that depending on what you're doing, whether it's open source, whether it's a particular language, or they're just like tried and true conventions in that community. But I don't really care as long as they're consistent. Okay. So for our delete button here, what do we want to do? I think we're going to want to let's go ahead and set up our imports. So we're going to say import router from, no, that's not right at all. Inertia.js React. We're going to import, and we're going to have a bunch here. Alert dialog action, alert dialog cancel, alert dialog content, alert dialog description, alert dialog footer, alert dialog header, alert dialog title, alert dialog trigger, and we do need a button. Let's go ahead and let's make sure those are sorted. Okay. That's a lot of imports there. We don't need that. Okay. So now we're going to have an interface, and this is going to be our props. We're just going to name it props. Like, we don't need to worry about weird naming. So we're going to have an href, which is going to be a string, and we don't need that. And we're going to have children, which are going to be React nodes. Okay. And so for that, we're going to import React from React. And we'll go ahead and put that up there. We said auto import. I don't think we actually need that because we're not importing React node. Otherwise, we could do import React node from React. And could we just say that this is a React node? And then that would work, right? I think because we're doing React.React node, I don't think we need it, but we'll just leave it like that. I think that's fine. Okay, so next up, we need to create a component. So we're going to export function delete button, and let's see, we're going to take in our href and our children equals delete, and we're gonna have our props, and we're gonna have a handle delete function that's gonna do a router.delete with the href that we pass in, and now we need our component. So here's where we're gonna set up our alert dialog. Now I'm gonna let Copilot complete this because it's just a lot of tags. One thing about shadcn, it uses kind of the composition pattern, and so it's really good for doing this type of thing. We don't need to. Why is it selecting a snippet type? I don't know what that is trying to do. I don't know what are you doing, Copilot? Why would you even do that? All we want is this delete confirmation here, and we want the handle delete, right? That's all we're trying to do, is we want to have this alert confirmed for any delete actions. Okay. So let's go ahead and update our view to use that new delete button. So if we come in here under pages, snippets, I think we put this on edit before, right? Or did we put it on show? I think we put it on show. We should probably put it on edit and not show. Let's remove it. I'm trying to decide, do I want to leave it here on show? Like right now, when you go to show a snippet, you can delete it. But you should probably have to edit it. Oh, is there going to be on the form there? I guess show makes the most sense. Okay, so let's just do this. Let's import delete button from components delete button. And then we're going to replace this. So we're going to replace all of this with the delete button. And we're just going to pass in the snippet URL. You're also going to notice that's going to use the shadcn button. So let's go ahead and also, let's clean up this reference because we don't need form anymore. Let's import button from shadcn. And let's go down here where we have our link. How can we update that link to use a button? So can we just get rid of that? And we can just put a button in there. Is that it? So edit. Now we get a shadcn button. Let's go ahead and just add a new snippet here. It's just going to be a test. Create. There it is. We're going to go to it, hit delete. Now we're going to get our confirmation pop up. That's going to ask us if we want to delete it. We're going to hit cancel. Doesn't do anything. If we hit delete, it's going to delete it and take us back to our snippets index page. So that's exactly what we were looking for there. Pretty cool. So now we have this nice reusable delete button. Well, I choose JavaScript every time. Where we can come in here and delete, and anytime we need to delete, we're going to get, we're going to hit that route, whatever it is, and we're going to show this confirmation before we do so that you can verify you actually want to delete that item. We're going to hit cancel, come back to it, hit delete. Now we're back here. So let's go ahead and commit that, because I think that's a good checkpoint as well. And we'll clear that out. I'm also noticing from this show page, we have no way to get back to our snippets. So I do think we need some type of a layout for this application. So we want, I think I want to spend a little bit of time cleaning this up. There's more abstractions we could do here, but I do want to customize like the theme, the colors. We already have the edit page. We can probably do a little bit of cleanup in here. In fact, it's almost certain that we can extract this form into a shared component. We could extract a field component that contains both a label and an input of some type to reduce that. I'm not overly concerned with that just because we have all these different inputs. It's not hard to add a label and the input itself. Let's see, we could, I think let's start there. So how could we clean up our I think this is another good job for Codex, right? Or we could even do this with Claude Code. You know what? Let's go ahead and install Claude Code as well. So we'll go ahead and search for Claude Code. There it is. We'll go ahead and install that. I'm going to go ahead and configure that. So just a second there. Let's see, does this already work? So let's hit login. Go ahead and authenticate. Says that it worked. Let's close it, reopen it. Still saying my rate limits are higher, but I don't think that's actually true. Oh wait, it's still, no, it's the first, man. We'll see. Okay, let's switch back here. So let's try Claude Code for this one. I think this will be interesting. So let's take our edit. So we're going to, where's it at? We're just going to copy the relative path here. A form component that can be reused for and no. Okay, so again, these I think are perfectly acceptable uses of AI. This is no different than using a extract component or refactoring within an IDE, right? Something that's been around for a very, very long time. Because you understand what the starting point is, right? You understand what new and edit look like. And what we're trying to achieve here is to reduce duplication for these two forms. And this is probably unnecessary if we never end up having more than just this. But what it's going to show is it, 90% of the functionality in edit and new are the same. And so we can extract that out. We want to make a change to one. We end up making it to both. And so, yep, and this, so it's going to get this this wrong, but we can fix that. So let's just say yes and don't ask me again. Like, let it cook. All right, we're going to need to update this path. This is going to be at /components. And that should probably be under snippets, although it's not a page, it is a component. Okay. And so that's going to pull everything back into there. And now if we come back here to edit, you're going to see that basically all of it has been extracted to the snippet form. Right, so that keeps that nice and clean. all of the snippet related data is going to be extracted in here. And let's see here. Let's just review this. So we have snippet form props. I think we'll probably refactor, rename that to just props. I like the idea of just keeping it general and not being too generic here. So like for this, I guess if you had multiple forms, that would make more sense. And that would make more sense to have snippet form props versus just props. But I do kind of like the pattern of just having props for each of our components there because they are typed. Should be typed and scoped there. Let's see, data processing. So let's go and try it out. So let's go to edit. We see everything's loading. New. Let's do a prompt. This time we're going to do markdown. And this time, let's see. Let's go to a command and let's do extract component. Let's do pb copy. Oh, do I not need to pipe it? Nice. Okay, so it does just copy it there. Okay. So let's go back here. We'll paste this content in as markdown. And we'll say extract React component. And we'll add that to favorite and we'll hit create. And that does show up there. There's what it looks like. Pretty cool there. Edit still works. Label is not defined in edit. Edit, do we need label? Okay. But if we do new, and we do add to favorites, nothing, delete, confirm, delete, confirm. Okay, that was good. Looks like it was a stale issue, so nothing there. Okay, so now that works, and we have a nice shared component here for our snippet form. And so we have one place, and we can actually, we'll probably end up extracting this even further. You know, one way that we could make this even better is replacing this text editor with, sorry, not this one for description, but rather this one for content. And now we have one place to do this, right? We probably want to extract a an editor component here, and then use, oh, I don't know, do we use Monaco? Do we use CodeMirror? I think we use Monaco, and I think that is another job for Claude Code. Or we could go figure out how to do that ourselves and extract that component, right? Both options are valid. We can even ask Claude to give us a plan for how to do this. I think that's one thing that I would probably do, right? Because we would want this to be some type of code editor. I also think we'd want to like rearrange this editor in some way to reduce some friction there. And I think we can also just like clean this up some. So we'll definitely table that and we'll come back to it because I think that is valid, like going in and adding Monaco. So Monaco is the same code editor that is used in VS Code and on GitHub. And so it's a pretty powerful editor. And it's pretty complex as far as the API and whatnot, but we can wrap it in a way that makes it a little bit easier to use. And it just provides a great editing experience. There are a lot of plugins and stuff for it. So it really makes sense to use. What else? Let's keep going here. I think I'm gonna take like a 5-minute break, and then we will come back. And let me go ahead. I'm gonna update this. And we're going to just update this live because why not? So we're going to add some text here. We're going to say, all the things. I don't know how this probably needs to be like tiny. Oh, I guess maybe not that small. Let's go to properties. There we go. And let's yeah, I think that's fine. All right, I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. I'm gonna grab something to drink, and we'll keep going here. I think next step here, since we've extracted that component, well, first let's go ahead and save. Okay, let's go and save that. And when we come back, what we will do is we will implement, well, not implement. We have shadcn. We're going to go through and we're going to theme the application. So let's go clean it up and make it look good. I think we're going to need a layout component. I think we're going to need, so we can have like a consistent shell. I think we're going to replace some of the hard-coded Tailwind classes with some shadcn components and just kind of overall clean up our view, replace, hard-coded buttons with shadcn buttons and, add a little bit of style to our application. We'll theme it, we'll make it look good. And then from there, I think the next logical step is to update the code editor to make it an actual code editor instead of just a text area, because that's boring. And then we'll get into, I think we'll get into adding folders and tagging to be able to organize the snippets. And so we'll have some more Rails backend pieces there that we'll need to do, database migrations to add. And then, of course, we'll come back to the application and the front end of the application and continue building that out. So if you're here watching, thank you. Appreciate you checking it out. It's a long stream, so you can always come back and check the rest of it out later. I'm gonna keep going and see how far we can get. We're gonna go as far as we can, see if we can't build this thing all the way out, dig deep in a few different areas. We'll do a recap at the end and figure out what we want to do next, and we'll be right back at it tomorrow as well. So the goal is to keep building this and go a bit deep and see how far we get. And if you stick around, I'll give you a sneak peek later today at something I'm working on that is similar, but is around agentic workflows and to help maximize productivity for engineers that are utilizing the agentic tools that are out there like Claude Code and OpenAI Codex. And if you come back tomorrow, especially, I'll give you a demo of it. So little incentive there, but bathroom break, grab a drink, take a stand up, stretch, come back in 5 minutes or so, and we'll get back to it with theming the application with shadcn. All right, we are back. Let's jump back into it. How's it going? If you're still here, thank you for hanging out. I know it's been a long stream so far, but we're going to keep on going. Yeah. So where are we at? We've built out a basic application to manage snippets. This can be prompts, commands, code snippets, whatever you want, notes. And we've created a basic snippets model, snippets controller, and built out the inertia views that we have here. We can create a new snippet. We're using shadcn for our forms here. And you can edit a snippet, you can view a snippet, and we don't really have a ton of structure outside of that, right? We also do not have a proper code editor. We have a text area here. And so this is probably something that we're going to want to replace. This is probably another good job for AI. I don't think I need to go and be an expert in the Monaco editor. For React, let's see. So it's like very specific how you load it in. That's interesting with Webpack. It's got different properties. And see, look, then I think we can grab the languages from the editor and then we can just pre-populate the option there. Or can it just be inferred? I don't know. I don't know how that would work. Right? There's also a diff editor, which is cool. So if you want to create like revisions of your snippets, you can track revisions and changes there. Okay. So that's one avenue. The other avenue is, well, I think we need a layout here. Let me see. Let me check my notes. Yeah, we're going to need to add a layout. We're also going to need to what else? So we're going to have a layout and we also need the ability to have like our folders and everything. I think that's going to be our main layout. So let's do this. Let's actually start with kind of our relationships and shared data here. So this is where we're going to add support for folders, tagging, and shared data. And through that, we'll end up adding an app layout. We'll end up theming things with shadcn and replace some of the boilerplate Tailwind code that we have here on our index page. So let's jump in and do that. Okay, so let's switch back over to our terminal and we're going to do a couple things here. So we want to add some database migrations. These migrations are going to allow us to add the different database tables we need to store references for folders, tags, and that join table that connects those. And then we're also going to need to add a column to our existing snippets table to be able to associate a snippet with a given folder. Okay, we're not going to get too complex down the rabbit hole with everything. So let's see what we need. So we're just going to generate all these at once. So we're going to say Rails G migration. So not migration, model. So we want model, folder, and then we're going to have a name string. That's all we need for folder. That's going to create the migration and the model for us. So Rails G model tag. We're going to have a name string and a color, which is also going to be a string. That's all we need for tag. and Rails G model tagging. This is going to be a snippet, which is a references, and a tag, which is also a references. So it's going to give us foreign keys for snippet and tag on the tagging model, which again is going to be a join table. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and create a migration. And it's going to be add folder to snippets. And we write it in this way, right, in this casing, so that it generates the migration the way that we want it to within Rails. Now we're going to go ahead and say folder references, and we're going to go ahead and run that. Now, if I was to come over here, let's go ahead and kill the server. Let's open this up in NeoVim, open a new window here, run bin dev to run our server again. We'll switch back. And yeah, I should probably do a live stream just on my Tmux NeoVim terminal setup. I've got some pretty neat things in my dot files. If you're interested in NeoVim or Tmux, you might enjoy that. Okay. So let's go ahead and look at our migrations. So we're going to go db migrate. You're going to see that we have create folders. Let's just update this. So we're not going to run migrations yet. We're going to say no false default of an empty string. We don't want to run migrations yet. So same thing for tags here. We probably want a default here. I don't know what it should be. Maybe it's like yeah. Okay. We don't want migrations yet. Create tagging. So that's just a join table, so we don't need to set any attributes on that. And then we're going to add a reference to our snippets. So it's going to be a foreign key for folder. Okay, let's jump back over to the console and run Rails db migrate. That's going to go ahead and run all the migrations for us. Okay. And now we're going to get a not null constraint on column folder ID. So because we say that it's not null, that's not actually going to work, right? Okay, so let's see here. So we can't have null false. Because it's saying that it has to belong to a folder, right? And we don't have a default folder, so we're just going to leave this off, and that'll assume that it's nullable. And let's go ahead and run that again. Because we don't have a default folder, we can't assume that there's going to be one. Maybe if we created folders first, and then we knew there was always going to be a folder, and then we could set it to something, but that's... I don't know that we want to do that. I think if you want to create a folder, you can create a folder and then you can move a snippet into it in some way. We'll see how we get there. So migrations are run. That's good. We have our models. Let's go ahead and update our models now. So we're going to go to app, models, and let's just start a folder. So we're going to have folder. It's going to have many snippets. So for removal here, we're just going to nullify the column. And we're going to say validates name, presence true. Uniqueness is also going to be true. So we can have unique folder names. Now let's go ahead and open up tag. And we're going to say has many taggings. And this one's going to be dependent destroy. And we're going to say has many snippets through taggings. And we're going to validate name, presence, true. And we don't need to validate color because we have a default for that, so that should be good. Okay. And then for tagging, we have our belongs to snippet and belongs to tag. Great. So Rails got that configured for us already. And then let's go ahead and open up snippet. And we're going to say, oh, where do we want to put this? Rest of the model. I guess we could put it here. We're going to say belongs to folder optional is true. And we're going to say has many taggings dependent destroy. And we're going to have has many tags. That's not a symbol. Tags through taggings. Excuse me. Tagging should be there. That's good. Rest of our models there. Okay. So that should set up our back end for models and migrations. So let's go ahead and commit that. All right, so we're going to add, we just added the models and migrations for folders and tagging. Now, let's jump into the next phase of this. All right, so what do we have? Shared data. Let's go ahead and look at our application controller. Okay. So within our application controller, I don't know how big we should actually make this. In our application controller, we're going to use Inertia share so that we can return some shared information here. So we're going to say Inertia share do, and I think this is just like, is it just a hash? I think it's just a hash. And let's see. Well, let's actually check. Has may does not work. Okay, so let's look at Inertia Rails. Creating layouts. We're going to have to come back to this in a second because we want to create a layout for sure. We want a persistent layout. Forces, like, while it's simple to implement layouts as children of page components, it forces the layout instance to be destroyed and recreated between visits. This means you cannot have persistent layout state when navigating between pages. Okay, got it. So I think we want that approach, but I need to share data. Shared data. Okay, so Inertia share. Okay, yeah. So we do just pass a hash, and there's an end on it, which is why it was being weird. So application controller. Okay. Now, so we're gonna have current user. This is gonna be nil because we don't have any authentication. Maybe we'll do this with the new Rails 8 authentication later. Or we just pull in devise and implement it with devise and then add GitHub auth because, hey, it's code snippets, so why not? Okay. So that's how we add that. So we're going to add folders. And we're just going to fetch the folders by name. And we are going to map each folder and pull back the ID and the name. Okay. And then we're going to have our flash. And we'll do that for notice and alert. And then we'll have both of them. And we'll fix that. Cool. So this inertia share should make this available to all of our views, right? Or is it just in the persistent layout? So the inertia share method allows you to find data that will be available to all controller actions automatically merging with page-specific props. Nice. So that's pretty cool. Shared data defined in parent controllers is automatically inherited by child controllers. Child controllers can also override and add to shared data. Oh, nice. So you can just, okay, so you can use a proc there to add or override. You can control when data is shared using Rails style controller filters. So you can do only, except, if, unless. Shared data should be used sparingly because all shared data is included in every response. Yeah. Yeah, so it should just be like bare essential things that you need. Okay. All right, so I think that was shared data. Pretty cool. Actually, get on stage, models, get commit, amend, because that was the same as that. And then we'll add inertia shared data. Nice. Okay, so what else do we need here? Let's turn the music up a little. Okay, so now we need to add a layout. Let's see how we want to do this. So we don't want our models. We want our front end. Let's add a new directory in here, layouts. And inside of layouts, let's add app layout. Okay. So we're going to import React node from React. We are going to import link and use page from Inertia.js / React. We are going to import button from @components /UI /button. And we're going to import alert and alert description from components UI alert. And do we need, I guess we don't need the semicolons. JavaScript has gone through some wild transitions. I'll say that. Components. All right, let's see. I'm just checking something on the stream real quick. Seeing how that is looks pretty good. Okay. So let's go ahead and define our interfaces. So we're gonna have an interface for folder. It's gonna have an ID, which is a number, and I'm so used to doing this with hashes. Name string, and we're gonna have shared props. That's gonna be an array of folders. We're gonna have flash, which is gonna be an object. Notice string. I feel like this should be string or null, but I think that's what the question mark denotes. And that's all we need for that. And then we're gonna have an interface props, and we're gonna have children of React Node, and that will be our types. Now we're gonna export default function app layout. We're gonna have children and return props. And inside of here, we're gonna have const folders flash equals use page props shared props dot props as unknown as shared props. And it's going to set it up to where these props are shared in our persistent layout. That's really all you need all you need to know for that piece. Let's go ahead and move that out of the way. And now we can actually write our component. So we can say return, and we're going to have a div, class name, min height screen, bg gray 50, and we'll go ahead and close that out there. And let's see what we're going to add. So I think we should build out a sidebar, and I think that we should have a sidebar. We should have main content, and I think those are the two sections, how I want to break up kind of the view itself. Okay. So let's go ahead and build out the sidebar. Take a drink real quick. Okay. So what do we want to do? We're going to do an aside class name. Now I wonder if we want to build it out like this, or if we want to use the shadcn sidebar. Let's take a look at that. So we come up here to shadcn. So we do have a sidebar. All right, so the structure is the sidebar component is comprised of the following: sidebar provider, handles a collapsible state, the sidebar container, sidebar header, sidebar footer, content is scrollable, section with the sidebar content, sidebar trigger to trigger the trigger for the sidebar. Because it feels like we could just do this and save us a whole lot of headache in building out a sidebar. So let's see. And then we could add our items there. And then we just map over them. And we get a basic sidebar like this that we can collapse. And we can click all the links. Because what we're trying to do is have like the folder structure laid out here in the sidebar. So we can set up the keyboard shortcut, cookie store, so we know whether it's okay, whether it's opened or closed, whether it's collapsible. We can add a header to the sidebar, which is we're going to want to add. I feel like the sidebar is the thing that we want ultimately. Do submenus. Because I think as far as like submenus like this is going to be perfect for folders. So that's probably the right move, is to use this versus just having buttons and links on the side. So for the menu items, let's go back and look. So we have an href. Okay, so we can just set an href on them. And then do those become links? I'm wondering if we use the link component inside of it there from Inertia, which is handling the routing for us. So, yeah. I think that's what I want to do. Okay, so let's go back up and let's tackle adding a sidebar. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to grab, we're going to do npx, because we're not using pnpm, and we're going to go ahead and add the shadcn component for sidebar. So we'll go ahead and, well, let's get rid of this first, because we're not going to use that. And we'll leave that there. We'll come back here and we'll add the sidebar. And it looks like it updated CSS variables in the wrong place for sidebar. So let's fix that. I think these need to be in here. Make sure we didn't double them up. We didn't, and it added all the sidebar variables there. Okay. And it skipped those two because they already exist. We shouldn't see any visible change in our application at this point. Well, except for that broke. Undefined local variable or method snippets for class folder. Okay. Okay, so we got that. Yeah, so there should be no visible change here. All of this should look good. Edit's good. News good. Everything's good. Okay. So back to the sidebar. And we want to go back to our app layout. Because that's what we're updating there. Okay, so we've added the sidebar. We have the global styles already set up, so we should be good there. We understand the basic structure. And we're going to create an app sidebar component. Okay, so let's just go ahead and copy this. And let's come up to our components and I'm going to load it in layouts. I feel like it should just go in here. And we can just put that there. And then here, we can import sidebar from from app sidebar, since it's very much part of the layout, right? Okay, and so we have sidebar trigger. Oops. Sidebar provider and sidebar trigger. So we need those in order to trigger the sidebar. And what else do we need? So we need to wrap. So this essentially becomes our layout. We still have children, React Node, so that's fine. So this becomes our layout. And we'll get rid of that. So sidebar provider becomes our root element there. And we have our app sidebar, which we did add. So let's reload. We're not actually rendering. We're not rendering the layout in our application yet. So I think that's the issue. We do need to add a sidebar menu. Let's see if we can't get it rendering first. Excuse me. Entry points. Okay, so we're going to resolve the page here. I think we do need to add alert because we don't have alert yet either. So let's go ahead and add alert. Just make sure we have that. So it looks like we need to use the layout in our pages. I feel like it's kind of weird to have to go into every page and import app layout from app layout. And we can delete that. And then we say we have our component code there where we define index. And then down here we say index.layout equals page React node app layout page app layout, and we close that off. Import React node from React. Does that work? Nah, it doesn't work. Oh wait, did we not export our app layout? Ah. There we go. And we've got a sidebar there. It's not exactly what we wanted. But it works. Obviously, we need our menu items over there. Interesting. There has to be a better way to do that, though, right? Than having to set every page. So let's look here. Could have swore I saw something in here for pages, shared data. Okay, so if we have a layout component, so how do we create a layout? Pages. So it's saying import the layout. Okay, it's just wrapping it. Yeah, that's what I would expect this. Right? So if we look at snippets index, I would expect this. So app layout, and then none of this nonsense, none of that. And I would expect this to function the exact same way. Okay, so it looks like it does. Yeah, obviously this needs some work, but that does function the exact same way. So this is the approach that I would probably take instead. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy this. Let's update our other pages so that they're all following this. Let's go ahead and just paste this in all of these. And we can save that, and we can come here and just update these root elements. This could probably just be layout too. Like, I would probably rename this. I don't know why it's app, like layouts, app layout. Guess it doesn't really matter right now. Let's just leave it as is. Okay. Index should be good. New should be good. Show should be good. And edit. Okay, so now all of our pages should be using our new layout. And we'll go back, we'll try our new page. New page. Oh, that form is very squished. And I think that's because we put this like inherent like max width div on everything. MX auto like this. We don't really want that. Let's see, we're on the new page right now, but it's gonna be the same thing, right? We came in here, we added this max width, MX auto. We don't really want any of that. And in fact, we want like a width full to make sure that we're stretching all the way out. So what is constraining us? Okay, so we just need to update our main content. So we don't need this here. We do need to remove those other classes, otherwise it's gonna essentially center that, and we don't want it centered anymore because we're gonna use our new layout here. Okay, so that looks good. That looks good. Let's update this one. Okay. And then let's go back to our app layout. So for our main content, great. So now everything's full width there. Maybe we want that, maybe we don't. Maybe we change that, we move this around. But for now, this is kind of what we're looking for. And now we can go back and update our menu, or our sidebar with a menu. So we'll use the sidebar menu component in a sidebar group. Okay. And so it's going to import some icons. We're not going to worry about the icons right now. We'll come back to those in a minute because it's going to give us like this output with these icons. We do have Lucid React installed. So let's see. This is inside of our app sidebar. Okay, so let's just copy this. And let's go to our app sidebar, which doesn't really have much in it. We can just paste that in. Let's save it. Let's come back, reload as is. And there we go. We've got a sidebar. Pretty cool. Now, obviously, it doesn't do anything that we want or reference anything that we have, so we need to go ahead and update these. So really, all we're going to have in here right now is snippets, right? And let's see, what else do we want on our sidebar? I think we need a way to see all snippets and to see our favorites. So let's see. It's going to be slash or slash snippets. I think, yeah, that's fine. And then for favorites, we're just going to do slash snippets. And then we're going to pass in a query string parameter here and say favorites equals true. Icon star. I don't know. Let's see what that is in Lucid React. Sure, it's star. Yep. So I don't need that. I just need component name. Okay, so we're going to import, yeah, just star. Okay. Star for our favorites. And let's get rid of the rest of these. So we're not going to have anything there for now. And we're going to rename this to pages. And I'm going to come down here and say pages.map page. And we're going to do page.title, page.url, page.icon. And I think this needs to be a link. And we're going to import link here from Inertia link. I don't know, React. I think that's fine. Okay, so let's see if that displays our pages. It doesn't. We have an error. Item is not defined. That's because we don't have item anymore. Where are we still referencing item? Ah, right there. So page.icon, there we go. Obviously home is not what we want, so let's do like code, which is just going to be code. Okay, all snippets and favorites. If we were to go here, hit all snippets, it's going to bring us back. Great. Okay, and instead of this being application, we're going to call it stash. And what else? Okay, so we want to display our folders here. And this is going to be interesting because right now it's only going to be top level, like parent directory folders, where we're not supporting nesting folders yet to have subfolders, right? Which can be infinite. We should probably add that. That might be a fun task for CLOD code to try to do once we have the basis set up for folders and folder navigation with top level, having it generate the code to extend that. Come up with a plan. Maybe not even generate the code. Maybe just generate a plan for us to go and follow, to implement, to see how that could work, right? And then we can tweak it and go back and forth and see what that planning process looks like as you're going through and developing a feature. So for now, we're just going to have top level. So we're going to have our, I think we're going to have a separate menu for this. So I think I want to have a separate menu. So we're going to take this. I don't know if we need to put this in a separate group or if we can double up menus here. Let's see. Okay, so it seems like that works fine. It doesn't care about them being separate necessarily. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and we're just going to duplicate this sidebar group. And we're going to come down here, and this is going to be my snippets. Okay. And we should have access to our folders here. So let's say we have pages. We should have access in our, so in our layout, we have access to our folders. But we need access to folders here. All right, so let's go ahead. We're going to switch back to Visual Studio Code here. We've already ran migrations. We should be more than good. Get out of here. Okay. So let's go ahead and open up our layouts. So we have our app layout and we have our app sidebar. So in our app layout, we have our, well, we have a number of things in here that we haven't implemented our alerts or anything yet. So we'll get to that in just a second. And we're not going to be using our the link in here. We're not going to be using button in here directly. We are going to implement alerts, so we'll do that. And let's see, for app sidebar, I think we need to be able to pass in our folders. I think that's probably the best option there. Because, let's see, are we going to need them here? Or do we need the shared props elsewhere? I think we just pass them there to the sidebar component. It's a child component of this. And we'll add a prop for folders here. And we'll go ahead and we'll pass through the folders. And then down here, we're going to go to map our folders and we'll update that with the path. We're going to do, instead of folder.icon, we're going to do just folder. I'm assuming that that is just the icon. So we're going to go ahead and reload that. And we're not going to see anything here because we don't have any folders. It appears that we have run out of music again. All right, we need some more music. Let's do some hip hop. Let's try. There's a lot of hip hop. All right. I don't know if it's any good, but we're going to roll with it. Okay. Come on. Give me something better. Give me something better. Let's go. There we go. There we go. Okay. So we have our application. We don't have any folders, but we should be rendering them. Let's look at that Lucid React. Yeah, folders what we want. That's fine. You know what? Let's go ahead and add the alert that we were going to add to our app layout. So we have our main, and we have our sidebar trigger, and then we have our children that we render there. And where do we want to do this? We want to display our Flash messages. And we probably want to do that in a custom layout. So Flash .tsx, and you know what? Let's add CRUD code. Let's have CRUD code do this. Implement and we can say something like it should use the shadcn alert component to render Flash messages. Like, I'm trying to think how we could do this. Before we have CRUD code do it, let's see. Let's just see if we could implement this. So essentially what we want is we want to import alert description. No, we don't need all that. And then we're going to, oh, but the shared data is in our other component. Okay, so yeah, I actually want to see how CRUD code implements this. Because I think like all of our data is here in the layout. Right? But I'd rather have the Flash props here. I want to rename that to props, but we'll just say, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, this is going to pass through the Flash from the shared props. Okay, so it just set up its own props. So we're just going to rename this to props. Okay. And yeah, it's going to do the exact same thing. So it's going to render the alert if they're present. Right. So we can test this out. We can go to our snippets controller. And let's come in here to our index. And we're going to say Flash notice. Yeah, we'll just remove that. Come back here, reload. And now you're going to see our Flash message show up right here. Looks like we're also getting it up here. So why is that? Why are we rendering it twice? So app layout, we have our flash there. I think that's because on index, we're rendering it when we shouldn't. So yeah, so flash notice. So we can remove that. That's probably the better version of it. Because Flash is, there's no style on it. Oh, because it's just using the built-in. Okay, that's fine. Let's do that. Let's see what the component looks like. So let's come back to shadcn's documentation. We'll go to alert. Okay, so we're just showing a basic alert there. It looks like main thing it needs is what everything needs, which is a little bit of space. Okay, so that kind of spaced that out some. And it looks like because of how we have this, the sidebar triggers right there. I'm not sure if this should be above that or not. I mean, I think regardless, Flash should just give itself some space. Yeah, we'll leave that for now. We can obviously figure that out later for our Flash, but now we have our layout there. That's looking pretty good. Let's check on. Yep. Okay. Man, we're looking pretty good here, making solid progress in building this thing out. And yeah, could we have done this in like, I don't know, 20 minutes with Claude code, writing all the code? 100%. But you get a lot more practice going through and kind of building this stuff out, which is also the fun part of building apps. I wanted to go a little bit deeper on shadcn and how kind of these pieces fit together, and I think this is a good way to do that. Let's see. So we need a way to create folders as well, right? Right now we can't create folders, so that's something we need to do. And yeah, so we can display them there, but we can't create a folder or navigate folders or see what that looks like. So that's probably something that we want to add. We don't need the alert there per se. Let's see, is there anything else we can do to this alert? Alert title, alert description. I think we're just using alert description there. We should probably use alert title. As well, and then come here and say Yep. Exactly. Just to give us a little more shadcn style. I guess we probably... Yeah, we probably just use title. Unless we had a reason not to. I don't think we need description. I mean, we can always add it, but I think that's ultimately what we want. There we go. Boom. Toggle. Toggle. I want a toolbar up here. We're not going to worry about that right this second. Although maybe we will. Maybe we will. Maybe we will. We'll do some theming. We'll do some theming here. Okay. I am already... Yeah, I'm thinking theming here. So give me a second. Let me think about this. I want to take, let's see, my layout, and where's my, nope, yeah, sidebar, nope, not that sidebar, on my app sidebar. I want to see. I want to see what we need to do to style the rest of the application. We could also add a tag input component to allow us to tag snippets. And we could use badges for that. And then of course we have like all the CRUD actions for folders. I'm just thinking how we want to handle that. Yeah, I think ultimately we want like folders and nested folders and stuff. Maybe we'll come back to that. Let's do a little bit of styling. Take a little bit of break, from core logic. We do want to come back and actually implement the ability to create folders, right? Right now you can't actually create any folders at all. And so nothing's ever going to render here. And I also think we want a sidebar header. I think we want a sidebar header. And I want to see how we add that. So I don't need a menu button. I just want the let's see. I don't want to drop down. We got a header group, which we don't really need for the first one because those are just like pages. So what else does the header actually do? So if we add, where was it? Sidebar header component to add a sticky header to the sidebar. The following example adds a drop-down menu to sidebar header. So sidebar header, and it adds a menu to it. So if I just wanted to add a logo, I'm gonna say sidebar and then yeah, we're gonna add a logo there. And then pages there. Okay, so we get stash up there. And then, I mean, obviously we can make this whatever we want. And so that kind of stands out a bit more. Pretty cool. The other thing that I would probably do for this application, just for the fun of it, is use a custom Google font for this. Like Instrument Sans. I think this is a fun font that we can use for this. So let's get the embed code and let's see, how would we do this? We could just do an add import. That's one way to do it. And then we could just add a class for anywhere we wanted to use it. We could straight import it into our layout in Rails like this, where we don't need to manage this in our CSS at all. I don't know that it matters which one we do. Let's see. If we come here to our, because it depends where we have it imported, we'll determine where we can use it, right? We don't have any front-end assets, but we do have, we still have this double duty style sheet, even though our whole application is going to be like, I think we ultimately delete this. I think we delete that, but we'll see. So we have our layout, but it's going to be in our entry points, right? So load all of that. I mean, we don't want it to be the base font. So we could just say font instrument sans. Well, let's just try this and see if it changed everything. And it did. Okay, I don't think we want it for everything, but let's try some stuff out here. Okay, so let's go into our Flash component. And unfortunately, we have to do this each time. And do extra small, something like that. Let's see, what other fonts do we want to use here? I feel like maybe we do use it for everything. You know, I really like Laravel Nightwatch. Super cool looking monitoring app that the Laravel team put together for Laravel applications. I really like, and I think they're using it. I don't have a Laravel application, but I think so you got to set up an agent and do all that, which we might have to do another stream on doing this with PHP instead of Rails, and do it with Laravel. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how many views this gets, and we'll go back through and we'll build the same thing with Laravel and PHP. Again, which has built-in default support for Inertia.js because Laravel acquired the Inertia.js project and now owns it and manages it, which is great. The Laravel team got a ton of funding in 2025, 2024, 2025. I think it was 2025. And yeah, I mean, they're off to the races. They're building a lot of really awesome businesses and products around that ecosystem. And it's honestly pretty awesome to see. Awesome community, awesome people, love the work that they're doing. And you know, as far as this, I love the way this thing looks, right? And so I think all of these small bits that are capital uppercase, right? I think those are all using instrument sans. Heck, it all might be using instrument sans. You know what? Let's just use instrument sans. Should we use it for everything? Maybe we should. Maybe we just use it for everything. And like, we still want those to be that. And then, I mean, honestly, we can just go to our app layout and just put it here. And see, I don't know that we want it for like all of these components, which they would be. And we might want something completely different for our code there. I think we want to be more intentional with it. I'm just not sure what other font to put with it. Let's see, you got anything that goes with? What else goes with it? Yeah, or is there another like another pixely font we could use? That one seems a little much. No, none of those seem like they would be super good for it. Okay, I mean, let's just stick with instrument sans for now, and we'll come back to this when it matters more, because right now it really doesn't matter. So we can leave that like it is, and we'll go ahead and keep on rolling. This should probably be a little bit more bold. Like I kind of want, it doesn't really jump out at you at all right now. So if we jump into Flash, okay, so that works on the title. Well, there's no medium. Interesting. But there is a light. Okay, so what other... So it's variable. Regular 400, medium. It says it as medium. Medium bold. Okay. So get font. Interesting. 400, 500, 600, 700. Yeah, why wouldn't that work? Medium, regular, semi-bold, bold. I mean, that works. It's not really what we wanted, but that's okay. Okay, so what else can we do? Should we use cards for, let's see, do we want cards? I don't know if we want a card or we want, what is item? Yeah, item is, I think, what we want. Yeah, we can use an item group and create a list of items. Okay. We've got all these default actions. There's an alert. We don't need an image. Okay, but there's a group. Okay. So looks like we probably want something like this view, honestly, with a group of items. We don't need an avatar because we're just gonna have a name of our folder here. Okay, so let's go ahead and add it. Well, let's see where we're at. We're doing UI stuff, snippet stuff. You know what? Let's do this. So one of the cool things we can do is we can let CRUD go back and look at all the changes we made, because I've been streaming for a while. And we'll let it go ahead and commit all the things we've done so far. And now we can close that. And we're going to go ahead and add item. Okay, so we already had separator, so we didn't need that. Now let's go back and look at group. I don't know why we're just importing all of React. Seems interesting. Okay, so we're going to import this from item. So let's look at our index. Okay. So for each of our snippets, we're going to implement the snippet card. That's what we're loading. Okay. So let's go ahead and import item. And now we're going to create we have our items already, which are just going to be our snippets. Okay, so we're going to have an item group. So let's just take our item group. We might need the flex that's there as well. I don't know how this is going to work. Okay, so new snippet. We have snippets.map. And okay, so let's take that. We're going to say snippet.map, snippet index, we don't need any item media, so we can get rid of that. This is just going to be the snippet name. Snippet dot language. I don't know, figure out what goes there. I don't know what we're gonna put here. Okay, let's see what we broke. Okay. Okay, so we do need to just import React. What was the documentation? Star as React from React. That's what I meant. Okay, button is not defined. I don't know why we have button in here still. Okay, now we're loading up the snippets. We don't have a name. We have a title, right? Extract React component, so on and so forth. And this down here will end up being our bar where we show, let's see, for the description, let's do this. Let's break this down here. And then I think this is item center and gap 2 or something to that effect. And we're going to add some spans here. I don't know how we want to do this exactly. Maybe this is import code from and then let's say we're not even doing this anymore, so we just get rid of that. that doesn't do anything for it. That does. Still end up having to tweak this quite a bit to get what we want there. And if we were to add another one, snippet type, prompt, and this one would be something like favorite what am I forgetting here? Oh, and what am I I have no idea what I'm trying to do here. Right, so I'm going to do snippet.favorite and that, and something like that, and we're going to import a star as well. Oh, well, that did that, but is there a different star? Let's see. I just say star. How do we fill it? I don't know that we can. I don't know. I haven't used Lucid React all that deeply. Okay, so if it's a favorite, we're just gonna set the text. Yeah, we're just gonna set the text. Now we'll get the star there. And then for the prompt, that's like the content type. File scan. I'm going to use one of these other code icons there to see what we want. Oh, there we go. We'll just use square code. That's fine. So okay, so we can kind of get that metadata there for our prompt, and we know which ones are favorites and which ones are not for our list of snippets. What else can we do here? So let's, space Y is fine. I think if we're wrapping all of this, we don't need extra space. We want our list to kind of go all the way. And then I feel like we need a consistent page, like title, page header component that we can use. Because right now we just have kind of this going on with our action there to create a new snippet. We don't have a link to this new snippet over here, which I think this should just be moved up to a toolbar where we can create a new snippet from anywhere. And I think our list is there. And I think we have a page header component that we can extract some of that functionality. Okay, yeah, so I think we'll do a bit more of that. Let's see. Yeah, because like all of this right here, I mean, basically all of this is a page header, but we just don't have it, right? So app, front end, components, page header.tsx. And let's define what this looks like. Let's see, is there a shadcn component for this? There's a typography component. Okay, so it's just setting Tailwind classes on stuff. Yeah, so we just want to set our own page header component. So, okay, let's just start with that. Export function page header. And we're just going to return. So we're going to have an H1 and we're going to have to take some props here. Title. And this is going to be description. Okay. And let's see. We're going to need some props here. Let's open this up in VS Code. And let's open up our page header. And we need some props. All right, so what do we need? We need an interface for our props. So we're going to say interface props title string description is a string. And we're going to pass those through. Great. Now, yep, so we'll conditionally render that for the title. Let's do something like this. I'm okay with this. Text balance. Let's grab that. Let's do a nice big typography style. We'll do muted foreground. Text large, yeah, that's probably fine. Okay. So let's test this out with our index page. So how do we want to do this? We could just pass the page title into the app layout instead of having to render it on each page. Especially if they're all going to be the same. Like, what if we went to our app layout and we said so we could have a title, optional description. We could update this. We have our flash, we have our children. We have our page header. That just gets rendered here. And then on index, we say title equals snippets. And then you end up with something like this. Right, so it's just automatically there, and then on the index page, we take all of this and just get rid of it. Sorry, I added all of that padding. And let's see, page header. Trying to figure out why we're centered here. Oh, because we literally put text center on it. See, and that's the problem with copy and pasting code. Okay. So, and then if we can't click on one of these yet because we broke that. So I think that's one way to do it, and then we don't need to put the page header on every page. Like, we just specify what it is. and then it shows up. It does mean that every page has a page header like this. So that is the only problem with that approach when we don't want that. Like if we were to go to snippets/new, we're going to have this on the page. I guess we don't have one there, but we would. Again, I think, let's get rid of that unused reference. I think there are trade-offs, right? So if we come new, we could add that in there. It has all this padding. We got rid of that and that. There's a little indirection with that, right? You don't really know where it's coming from. Which is a little weird, I think. Yeah, I don't really like... I like the convenience for having it here and then just passing it in there without having to import it. I just don't know if that's going to scale. Do we have link? We do have link. Don't need any of that. Just need our link. And we should be able to wrap item. I mean, it does work to get there. But see, then this page header is different, which is where having the actual component is going to be better. All right, now the whole item gets us there. Great. Okay, this plus action, because we're wrapping the whole item, it's not doing anything. And honestly, I would want that to just be like... chevron right. Instead of that. There we go. Click on it directly. It doesn't really matter. Does it need to be button? Do we need any of that? It gives us a little indication there. What if we just make it a link? Then we get no hover action. Great, that's kind of what we wanted. And then bold that up. Nice. Okay, so we have our list back there. What else? I'm gonna remove this back to being explicit. I think we're gonna need it to be explicit. So this was not the best idea for that. Let's go to index. Let's just import page header here. And down here, let's add page header. And let's remove that from there. Because then we can update page header to take children. So app layout, let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Just children. Let's come back here. So we're gonna get page header there. But I think we should be able to just optionally pass in children where we need it. So all of these should be fine. So let's go ahead and update those. So let's say like new. We are going to import page header. So we're going to import page header, and then we're going to come down here. And we're going to add page header there. We're going to remove that. Come back here. All snippets. /new. We're going to get our new page there. That looks good. Let's back out of there. Let's go to all snippets. I do want a toolbar, so we're going to come to that in just a second. So for show, let's just grab our import, since we need it for each one of our pages here. So we're going to do page header here. And this is where we could show our description. Why is that? Let's see. So I want our page header there. And then we want to be able to do this. And we want to be able to pass children in here for our actions, like this. Something to that effect. So if we go to page header, we need to pass in children. It's going to be React node. We need to update that, and we need to pass children there. And we need to wrap these in a div. And this needs to be flex item center and this needs to be flex 1. Something like that. Okay. And then we just need to wrap this. Oops. I guess we had it on that page too. All snippets. There we go. And so now our actions are going to show up there as children on the right hand side. We're not going to worry about mobile responsiveness or anything right now. I'm going to actually close this since we've been switching back and forth here. But yeah, so now our actions show up there as we expect, because we can accept children now as part of our page header. That's great. Let's go ahead and set our tab size to 2 here. Controversial, I know, but this is yeah. Hold on. So format. Why prettier is not showing up? Let's go back to our page header and clean that up. There we go. We are building an app to learn Rails with Inertia.js, React, TypeScript, and shadcn. So it's really just like how to build stuff and put all those together with Inertia.js. And to do that, we're building this little app that allows you to store snippets. So they can be code snippets, they can be prompts, they can be notes, whatever. It's called Stash. But it's simply for the purpose of learning how to build a Rails app with an Inertia.js and React, TypeScript, Vite, Tailwind CSS, shadcn, all on the front end. So modern front end stack, solid Rails back end stack. How do you connect the two together and implement it from scratch? And so that's kind of the entirety of the stream. If you want to go back and watch it from the beginning, there's a lot there, but basically we're going through setting everything up from scratch and only using AI here or there for small things that make sense, but not letting AI write all the code. So I'm actually working on another project that is a way to manage all of the custom instructions and things you need for the different agentic tools, such as Claude Code or OpenAI Codex. And so this is kind of related to that, but much, much smaller scale and mostly for the purposes of learning how all these things fit together. So, okay, so we've updated it to our page header here. That should be good. We need to update our new and our edit forms. So let's switch back to VS Code to use our page header. So we'll go to new. All right, so it looks like new has it. Let's go ahead and copy that. Go to edit. Guess that didn't copy. Let's go and pull page header in. That's going to be here. Edit snippet. We also don't need this flash message notice. That's all happening in our layout now. Okay. There's our edit. Yeah, I mean, it all depends. It all depends. I used to do a lot of Tailwind from scratch and design in the browser, and I'm a huge fan of design, UX, UI design, and that was a lot of fun in the beginning. I think Tailwind 1, Tailwind 2, even a little bit with Tailwind 3, but now I tend to use, thanks man, appreciate that. Now I tend to use shadcn for a lot of things as a basis, because then I don't need to think about design as I'm going in to build an app. I've got all the structural components that I need to lay something out. I own all the code, right? The one benefit of shadcn is it copies the React components directly into your application, and then you can go and customize them however you want, but they're still documented in how to use them. And it gives you a solid starting point without having decision paralysis around how do I make something look good and sit here and design. Even with the Tailwind, right? It's like, okay, I need to sit here and create all these things. And then using AI, you get a lot of fragmentation because you don't have a design system that you can pull from. And so it might create one page one way and another page a different way. And if you can create your like design tokens up front with Tailwind and have those in CSS, then I find that AI is a lot better at generating screens and stuff from that. Even better, if you have something like shadcn or your own component library defined and you instruct the AI to pull from that to build your screens, you're going to get a lot more consistency as you're building. Nice. Okay, so we've got edit. I think we have new. We can probably remove this flash message now. Edits there. We don't have a link for new, but new should be updated. Okay, everything looks like it's updated there. Let's go ahead and commit. All right, so now we don't have a way to get to our new snippet page anymore. I'm thinking I want to add a toolbar up top and have the new action here always visible and our sidebar toggle on the left there. So let's check out shadcn components. I am from originally from Texas, but based in Virginia. All right, so let's see here. Toolbar. Could have swore there was a toolbar. I see tooltip. I don't see a toolbar. See menu bar, sidebar, table toast, tooltip, tabs. No toolbar. So how do we want to make this? So I know there's like these blocks, right? So we kind of want something like this, where we have like that top bar, or even something like this here, where we have the top bar there. No, I don't know. I don't know what that is. Okay, so what are we using for this? Interesting. Okay, so sidebar provider, sidebar inset, and then that's giving us, and we have the breadcrumb controls there. Interesting. I wonder if that's like pushing that in there. So is it just this sidebar inset that we need? And that's coming straight. Sidebar inset there in the layout. All right, let's try that. So let's come back here to our app layout, and Yeah, I've never heard of Webster Bank. Okay, so app layout, app sidebar. Interesting. So app sidebar's there. So we do need. So our sidebar trigger is still there. Sidebar provider, sidebar trigger. Okay, we can just do it there. So sidebar inset. Okay. And then we have our app sidebar and then our sidebar inset. And then what do we want to put there? So I think we want something like this, right? Like we want the trigger inside the inset. And then we want main after it. We need to import separator. And let's see what that gives us. Okay. So that puts it up here and gives us this kind of vertical space over here. Sorry, horizontal space. Okay. Okay, let's get rid of this flash message in our snippets controller because that was just an example. And let's come back to our app layout. Go ahead and reload that. And change whatever that is. Okay. So that's gone. Now, now we need to add our action up here. So let's see, what does it do for the block? So if we just have, so what if we have an actual, so I want that. I want like the icon there. Component site header. Sidebar inset. Okay, so it's going to be in the header. Site header. There we go. Okay, yeah, so it looks like it is just a button. Ghost button as child, size small. Okay. And then we need a link. Yep, it's new. We need to make sure we import link from Inertia. Yep, let's insert button. Okay, now we're gonna get that new snippet button. Great. I need some space from there. I don't know why that got reset there though. Like, why is this pushed way over here? Looks like we have a flex here that is not correct. Sidebar wrapper. No. So looks like it's something with the inset. Like that needs to be under it. Okay. So how's it double nesting there? Sidebar trigger. It's just the header. Okay, so our main is inside, and it's generating a main for us. So we're just going to make this a div, and we're going to move this inside of here, and move that there, and there we go. Now we're inside. And create a new snippet from anywhere. We've got a little space here, so that's good. Probably want a little space on top. If I can type. There we go. And a separator. Yeah, if we do justify between, that would work. And then no matter where we're at, we can create a new snippet. That's kind of what I wanted. Yeah, I think it's just code. Okay. And that edit, that sorry, that show page needs some work. We do. I'm very curious. All right, so let's do a quick audit of our pages in here. So edit. Yeah, we still have all of this going on. I don't know how much of this we need. Sorry, this was on edit. Right? Do we need any of this? Can we just remove all of this? And just use our app layout. Right, and if we needed to change that later, we could. New snippet looks similar. We probably do want breadcrumbs here. Which we can add. All right, let's look at show. Same thing. Just gonna get rid of that. We don't need the wrapping component now. New, we don't have it. Index, we also don't need it. So kind of cleans that up nicely. And I think all the pages are looking pretty good now. We've got edit. We've got new. If we come back in here and go to delete, we're going to get our confirm, and you'll see that we have our overlay now that's laying over there nicely. Yeah, if we go and create a new snippet, we're just going to choose code, doesn't matter. Add that. You'll see it added right there. Delete. Delete. Snippet deleted. We've got our flash messages showing up. We could probably do that in a different way because now that's not going to go away until we reload. And do we want that to be a ghost button for the new? So if we just remove that, excuse me, it's going to be new by default. MR1, I don't know why we have so much space there. There we go. All right, so we're already on the new snippet page. So we probably don't want to see the new button on the new page. Just a thought, right? And again, we haven't created our folders or the ability to add folders or place snippets into folders yet or tag them. That's something else that we might tackle. And then I think there's this show view. We could probably clean up the metadata down here. What else? I mean, I think that's pretty much it. The only other thing that I would like to do is now I'm debating whether this button actually makes sense up here. Or if breadcrumbs make more sense. Or maybe both make sense. Let's look at the breadcrumbs. So breadcrumb. Okay, so let's look at this. Let's go ahead and add the breadcrumb. So go ahead and add that. And we need to import the breadcrumbs. Okay. Let's see. where do we need the breadcrumbs? So if we do our index page, for example, and we implement breadcrumbs here, we interesting. How do we keep track of that? So in the blocks where it has breadcrumbs, I was doing its whole thing on a page. I don't know, you would implement the entire sidebar on this page. And then where we have that, it's doing the breadcrumbs. But it would have to know which page we're on. Because right now, this would just add the breadcrumbs here, whereas this is part of our layout. It's not part of the page itself. So we'd have to keep track of that in a different way. You know what? I'm going to remove this import for now. And let's go ahead and commit. We're just going to let's do this. Let's have Claude do our commit so it can summarize our changes for us. Okay, so we should be good there. Create a new commit. And now I want to go back here. And I want to think about how can we implement breadcrumbs here within our application. So let's pull over Claude Code. And let's say we've added the shadcn next to the sidebar. All right, so let's go ahead and run that with Claude Code and let it cook and see what it comes back with. Okay. Let's go ahead and update the snippet pages as well. And we'll let it implement those with breadcrumbs. So let's go back to all snippets first. And so it should show up right here. That's at least what I'm expecting to happen. So we'll see if it renders it correctly or not. There we go, snippets. Now if we go to show, it should have snippets and then the name. Yep, that's what we'd expect. And see, that's what I was talking about, consistency, right? If you do use something like shadcn, you can get AI to follow pretty consistent patterns for building UIs. And obviously you can tweak and override that however you want, right? You don't, every application doesn't need to look like shadcn. That's also not what we're trying to do. We don't want like Bootstrap version 2026 where every website on the internet looks like Bootstrap. Does anyone remember when that happened? So that's not what we're looking for. We just want some consistency. So instead of me going and, you know, spending 25 minutes doing that, we just do it in like 2 minutes. Done. And we'll go ahead and commit that, save it. And now breadcrumbs are done. And the way they did that is it added breadcrumbs here. It passed them through as children and breadcrumbs to the app layout. And then if it had them, it rendered them. And then if we go look at our index view, we're going to say breadcrumbs, and we're going to populate them right here. You're going to see that we don't need this flash anymore. We can just remove that. We're going to have our breadcrumbs here, and then we're just going to pass them to the app layout. Yeah, that makes totally sense, right? So we're just passing them to the layout. We define them on the page, pass them to the layout, layout renders them. If we look at something like show, okay, let's go ahead and let's see, we're not gonna have any errors on show, we're not gonna have any flash on show. Let's go ahead and clean that up a little bit. Same thing, we're gonna have our breadcrumbs, and we're gonna pass those through to the layout, render them. Great. Nice and consistent, very clean. Like this is a very clean page. Same thing with new, right? Snippets, pass them through. And same thing with edit. So let's go ahead and remove flash from there because we're not actually passing it through. We don't need it. We're not displaying a flash in here. We're doing that in our app layout. And let's clean up our index. Make sure that's good. Come back to all snippets. Yeah, see, this gets a little weird here, which is where we would kind of de-emphasize that in our app layout by not emphasizing it so much and instead making that a some variant. Is it not a variant? Oh, not on link. Crazy. It's supposed to be instrumentals only, but sure. We'll play that one. That looks okay. I feel like I kind of do like it as a ghost button. Like, I don't know if we should just have... Wait, do we put a border on the bottom? I guess not. That doesn't work at all. Can leave that as ghost. Let's come back here. Okay, all snippets. Boom, new snippet. Cancel. Do some extra spacing here. Which I think is fine because we're kind of going for this like folder structure. Like under my snippets, we're going to be listing folders, tags, and whatnot. So yeah, I think that did exactly what I wanted it to do. We got our snippets added. We got some hands-on practice building an application with Ruby on Rails 8, Tailwind CSS, Inertia Rails or Inertia.js. So we can still use Rails for our routing, but use React for our front end. TypeScript, Tailwind CSS, I think I already mentioned, and shadcn. And putting all these pieces together while using AI sparingly here or there for small little things like, oh, let's go add breadcrumbs to this thing now. Like you have the patterns, you know exactly what we're using and what we're doing and what pages exist. Now go and add this thing there, because then the scope of that is super limited and the AI can be pretty successful doing that. And I think that's a really good approach. I'll probably extend this a little bit more, clean things up a little bit, maybe think about the style of it a little more, and like do we even need a title here? Like probably not, right? Like if we think about our index page, we probably don't need a page header here at all. You know what it is, snippets, right? You create a new one. Yeah, maybe we want one there. Maybe we want a page title. Maybe we don't. Maybe we know what it is, right? Because of the breadcrumb. Maybe that action can be what it needs to be. Maybe these need to be de-emphasized some, right? There's some subtle tweaks we probably want to make. And I think the other main thing that we're going to do is we're going to add Monaco code editor to this. I am probably going to largely do that with Claude Code and just let Claude Code go and add that. Because I don't think there's much value in doing that on stream. It's import the package, you have a component for it, you render the component, we wire it up to our content of our snippet, and we'll kind of do a similar thing for our show view so we can get syntax coloring, syntax highlighting and coloring here, and then obviously our edit view and our new snippet use a shared snippet form. And so we're going to basically be replacing this content area with a code editor. And if we do that, we need to think about this UI here, right? What does this UI look like if we were to put a code editor here? And I think that's something that maybe is interesting, and we dig into that in the next stream, or maybe that's something we just let Claude Code go and knock out. We'll see. I might do it as a spike and let Claude Code go and add the code editor here for the snippet editor. I do think we end up needing to rework this form. Having a code editor right in the middle makes, it still works, but these three fields take up a lot of screen real estate for a code editor. And we could do side by side. So we have like the fields over here and the code editor on the right. We could do like a settings panel over here with the code because we don't want to have a double sidebar situation there. So we can have like the code snippet, which is the thing you come in and do first, and then you select the things, give it a title, so on, as a description, and put all those on the right. We'll see. I think we might spike that, see what that looks like. But this was a super long stream. We went through a lot of different things. Hopefully you learned something from it. Again, I may end up finishing this series out in one more stream tomorrow, and then I might rebuild the whole thing using Laravel and Inertia.js. Same stack, but instead of Rails, swap Rails for Laravel. I'm a huge fan of Laravel and that community, and I think that would be an interesting comparison to do the same build in both. Will probably be a bit faster now that I've already built it once. But before we can do that, we obviously, like I said, we're going to put in the code editor, get that working. We need to get our folders and tagging system working so that you can actually structure these more like Google Drive, and you'll have all your snippets, and you can have folders here of different types of snippets, and you can tag them, and then we'll show the tags on them as well. And then you can click the tags. We'll probably want some search functionality, which will more than likely throw, I don't know if that ends up going up here or it's just on page right here, probably just on page right there. We've got our shared delete functionality. And again, the rendering with like code editor and syntax highlighting will make this pretty unique and pretty complete. So yeah, hope you enjoyed the stream. If you haven't already, please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me out. Helps me keep making content like this. And I'll see you in the stream. Well, I guess later today, since it is 2 a.m. where I'm at. Past 2 a.m. I'm going to get some sleep. And then we'll do this again. So, see you later.